9:51, their turn now that this situation has been settled. Wang Wuqing decided to change the topic. Have you thought who will be responsible for breaking the 12 Emperor curse? He had absolute confidence that Wang Tian would win the next heaven will battle. In his long life, Wuqing has experienced countless geniuses of the sect, and Wang Tian's talent was one of the few individuals who reached the level of the founders. Sadly, he suffered the same fate as the others. His luck and destiny were too weak. Luckily, Wang Tian gave birth to a monster of son, thus changing his destiny and luck. Without these two as a barrier in his cultivation journey, his accomplishments would not be lower than the ancestors. Do you want either Kai Song or Jin Mingyao to be the 12th and 13th emperor? Or do you want to use one of the sleeping geniuses of our sect? With the new bloodline, they now have the talent and destiny to compete for these positions. What do you think? Asked Wang Wei, sipping his wine. The 12th emperor does not matter, but the 13th must be unparalleled in strength if they want to break the curse. Honestly, the best option is to wait for your father and have him be the 13th. Wang Wei agreed with this idea. Unfortunately, due to his mother's situation and other factors, his factor cannot wait for so long. If I were to choose between these two, I think Kai Song is the best for the 13th, continued Wuqing. However, personally, I would recommend Li Wenling. Oh, who is that? He's a heaven chosen from the Middle Emperor era, explained Wuqing. He cultivated time Dao, even creating his own acquired physique. He passed the outlaw trial? Yes, nodded Wuqing before sighing. Did something happen? His trial led him to the Chrono Chaos realm. We tried to get him, but to no avail. Although his soul jade indicated he was alive, we thought he was dead or in a state between life and death. However, he eventually walked out of that forbidden place. But, asked Wang Wei, knowing there were more. By the time he returned, it was too late. The Heavenwell battle had already ended, and he missed it. That's unfortunate. Indeed, Li Wenling's talent was indeed monstrous, and the fact he passed the trial is also an indication of his ability. Alas, Wuqing sighed. Did he say what was inside that place? He refused to say anything on the subject after returning. We didn't press him, and he sealed himself soon afterward. Wang Wei nodded. He did not expect the sect to have such a talent sealed. So what do you think? I have someone in mind for the 13th emperor. However, there are some things to fix first before making a decision. If things don't work out, I will meet Li Wenling to see if he can take on this task. Wuqing nodded, and they continued to drink and chat. A few hours later, Wang Wei returned home, but his parents were either asleep or cultivating. Wang Wei looked at the stars, thinking deeply. The next meeting of the court is still a few hundred years away. Before then, I need to act. So what should my next task be? He contemplated deeply. It's about time I see her, but before then, I should deal with these forbidden lands. No, my first priority should be the environment. After making a clear plan, Wang Wei decided to act starting tomorrow. Today, he wanted to sleep like a mortal. He turned around to walk to his bed, but suddenly stopped. He felt a sensation in his blood. As she succeeded? So fast. He closed his eyes and felt his body. As expected, he felt some change in his bloodline. Wang Wei looked in the distance and noticed the members of the Li and Yin clan began to have drastic changes, while the Wang clan members had mild changes. Wang Wei and the sect had already prepared for this occasion, so no one panicked and did as they planned. Meanwhile, Wang Wei only needed to supervise things. Suddenly, he sensed a call from his bloodline, and he immediately entered his bloodline source. Ancestor, he saluted. Have the changes begun? Asked the Sword Empress directly. Yes, it's good that there is no issue, she nodded with a smile. Okay, I'm leaving. I only wanted to check if there were any problems. She looked at him kindly. Kid, I don't know what you're doing to make our sect's luck so prosperous, but keep doing it. Are my actions helpful to your situation? Could it be that the ancestors can revive with the luck I bring to the sect? Analyzed Wang Wei. She glanced at him. Talking with these Dao overlords is something tiring. You're right. I have gathered enough luck to revive the first brother, and soon I can revive the second brother. If you continue to develop like this, I might revive everybody. Don't you have things up there to revive them? I do, but I don't dare return to the sect, replied the Sword Empress with a sigh. Even mobilizing the sect's luck has to be done with the utmost prudence. Every time she thinks about how she is forced to run away from these weak rats, hiding away from her own him, she almost vomits blood in anger. Unfortunately, that's how the current situation is. Wang Wei understood the ancestor's plight. Although Mithria is on her side, the latter is still balanced out by supreme unity. In the current weakened state of the ancestor, these parasites are more than enough to do damage to her or the current Dao opening sect. Understand, nodded Wang Wei. Well, I'm leaving. Hold on, I have a few quick questions. All right, but we don't have long. Wang Wei first told her about supreme unity interfering with the lower dimension. Mithria warned me about this, and she also said she would take a closer watch on him. That's fine. Wang Wei did not want one of these big guys coming to his realm and interfering with his plan. The second thing is about the taboo battle realm you previously mentioned. Can you tell me more? Is it one of the 13 taboos? No, the name has no relationship with the 13 taboos. It's just a name, replied the Sword Empress. In some chaos worlds, it's called the ultimate battle realm, the limit battle realm, and some just called it the 11-fold battle realm. As for more knowledge on it, it's simple. As long as you can fight Empyreans with only a cultivation of 20% Grand Dao source, you've reached the taboo battle realm. However, achieving such a feat is more difficult than anyone could imagine, especially since there is a bottleneck between the Great Emperor and the Empyrean realm. Bottleneck? Yes. And it's the kind that even someone like me spent years trying to reach 70% Grand Dao source, she explained. Back then, we did not have the foundation we have now, so we could not access the rare cultivation resources that can help with that bottleneck. I see. I don't know about the taboo battle realm, so I can't help you much. I can give you a direction, but I don't know if it will work. What do you mean? According to my research back then, I only found 2 people who succeeded, and they had one thing in common. They had a unique Dao body and awakening. What does that mean? I don't know, but that's the information I gathered, so I also tried to improve my Dao body, but I failed. I see. Thanks for the tip. Sword Empress nodded. Anything else? Yes. Do you have a pill recipe that would allow an emperor to have the battle prowess of an Empyrean temporarily? Huh? I do. But you won't find the materials for this thing in the lower dimension, so such a thing should be useless to you. It doesn't matter since I need it for something else. That's fine, I guess, she said before waving her hand, sending a message to his mind directly from their bloodline connection. Is there anything else? No. Send my regards to her from me, and don't forget what you promised me. What a cheeky kid, said Sword Empress with a smile. The more she got to know this kid, the more she liked him. Don't worry, I want, she uttered before disappearing. Wang Wei opened his eyes and took a moment to check the information in his mind. His gaze then shifted to the sect, focusing on Li Jun and Yin Liling, who were in retreat. A terrifying battle intent emanated from Li Jun's body. Meanwhile, Yin Liling exuded a power that seemed to contain everything, that seemed to be the source of all things. However, her aura soon changed to that of flame, wood, and intense spiritual power. The origin bloodline seemed more adaptable and malleable than my void bloodline, analyzed Wang Wei. He did not dwell on this for long, as his body also underwent subtle changes because of the connection between the 3 clans. His strength even increased by 1 infant fiend god force, reaching 75. 952 Innate environment. The Li and Yin clan were in a state of euphoria that lasted way too long. Wang Wei understood their thinking. He promised them he would have their bloodline, but some time has passed and nothing has happened. Although they knew the sect master would not lie about such a thing, some people could not prevent their minds from wandering. Luckily, they finally saw the fruits of their desire today. Now, they no longer have to listen to the Wang clan bragging and looming their new strength over them. Wang Wei watched all of this while shaking his head. He proceeded to place the same seal in these people's bloodline, forcing them to walk the same path as the Wang clan. As for establishing their awakening ceremony, they have to wait for Li Jun and Yin Liling to prove the Dao. Wang Wei went to bed as planned, completely relaxing for a long time. He woke up the next morning all refreshed and had dinner with his mother. "Back to work," uttered Wang Wei as he took the last bite of his meal. He wiped his mouth out of habit, said goodbye to his mother, and disappeared from the sect. Wang Wei appeared above the sky in the central continent. He immediately noticed countless eyes paying attention to him, making him secretly shake his head. His every word and actions will fundamentally affect the entire world, so people pay attention to his every deed. As such, as soon as he showed up, as long as he did not purposely hide things, these lineages would know and pay attention. Wang Wei ignored these people and began his work. He activated his Space Grand Dao Source to create 5 small pocket dimensions, each with an anchor on the 5 continents. These pocket dimensions are closely connected to the myriad Emperor world, and Wang Wei ensured they were protected. He made it impossible for other people to enter while also reinforcing the space to the best of his ability, meaning even if countless eternal emperors attacked these spaces, they would fail miserably. The next step was to activate his Spirit Flower ability. Under his control, 5 lotus flowers the size of a planet appeared in each of these dimensions. The flowers proceeded to release a unique light, and the world trembled slightly. Immediately afterward, a great deal of spiritual chi appeared in these dimensions. Few top powerhouses in this world realized these flowers directly connected to source chi space, drawing spiritual chi for the world. Such an act seemed simple, but only these powerhouses knew how difficult it was to access energy from the source chi space without causing trouble. Dao ancestor insurgents can access the source chi space, let alone great emperors. However, it is dangerous to open space tear that leads to the source chi space because it will create what cultivators call chi catastrophe. Too much energy will be released from the source chi space, causing damage to the world and the people in it. Many emperors have tried to find the perfect balance where only a small portion of the energy is released. Some have succeeded, thus creating special secret realms for their factions full of spiritual chi and even some innate chi and immortal chi secret realm. However, no one could succeed on such a large scale as the Heavenly Emperor. Wang Wei did not know what these people were thinking. However, it did not matter since he was too focused on his work. People thought his actions finished after accessing spiritual chi from the source chi space, but it was just the beginning. The 5 flowers' purpose is not only to take energy, but also to compress it into innate chi. So, under the entire world's watch, the spiritual chi between heaven and earth in all 5 continents drastically increased at a speed noticeable by even the lowest cultivator. After more than an hour, the world's energy reached a critical point. "Acquired chi," muttered Wang Wei as he observed everything. Acquired chi is still spiritual chi, but it's also the pinnacle of its concentration. It is the line between spiritual chi and innate chi. In ancient times, the purity and concentration of energy decreased with each passing day until the first ray of acquired chi appeared. That's also when humans first appeared in the world. In some ways, the first generations of humans in this world were innate creatures since they were born from heaven and earth. However, these humans were not nourished by innate chi or the laws of heaven and earth, so they were born weak according to the standard of the innate demon gods. However, Wang Wei and many modern scholars could imagine how terrifying the talents of these innate humans were. If they had the chance to practice cultivation techniques, their achievements would have been unparalleled. In this environment, mortals can live between 200 to 300 years, even without practicing martial arts or becoming extraordinary citizens, thought Wang Wei. And once the environment contains innate chi, it's not impossible for them to live for thousands of years after practicing martial arts and spiritual power. As soon as he had these thoughts, he frowned, his eyes changed, and he saw something. "I see. This era is different from ancient times before the path of Emperor opened. In this era, the road of longevity is strictly controlled, so the lifespan limit of mortals is 500 years. Many truths flashed in Wang Wei's eyes as he saw the essence of the world. This also means that the innate demon gods below Tier 10 cannot have unlimited lifespans even in this environment. Even humans who awaken innate laws will only have longer lifespans than expected, but they cannot be immortal unless they become primarchs. Wang Wei became jealous of these ancient creatures for a moment. They could so easily achieve immortality, albeit a conditional one. However, he soon realized it made no sense for him to be jealous since he was truly immortal. So, he focused on his work. The first ray of innate Qi appeared in the world, and Wang Wei ensured it appeared in the Dao opening sect, giving such achievement to his sect and central continent. After the first ray, more and more innate Qi appeared all over the world. Under Wang Wei's control, 50% of the world was full of innate Qi before slowing down. Now, is it only a water-grinding process? The world will eventually be filled with innate Qi, but it cannot be done overnight. The fact it reached 50% so quickly was due to his active effort. Let's finish the last step, thought Wang Wei. He pointed his finger in the sky, and an array that resembled a magic circle covered the entire world. Wang Wei flicked his finger as he fused countless resources into the array, most of which were emperor-grade. Once he finished, the world trembled slightly for a second time, and more spiritual Qi entered, which then prompted the 5 flowers to work even harder to make innate Qi. Wang Wei's plan to change the environment started when he was immortal after visiting the Heavenly Tree Village after the Spirit Road trial. Back then, he did not have his Spirit Flower ability or know he would get it. Therefore, his original plan to change the environment was to get outside energy and convert it into spiritual Qi. So, he asked his sect to create such a formation. As for the source of this outside energy, Wang Wei's choice was obvious: the void or chaotic space energy outside of the myriad emperor world in the endless void. Such energy is basically limitless in the endless void, and it's the reason why weak cultivators cannot travel outside their worlds or planes. Wang Wei felt it was wasteful not to use it, hence the plan. The formation had to function, convert void energy into spiritual Qi, and compress spiritual Qi into innate Qi. However, compared to the spirit flowers, the compressing was subpar. Regardless, under Wang Wei's control, the innate Qi in the environment soon reached 80%. Furthermore, he knew after reaching 100%, the first innate demon gods would once again walk the earth. Wang Wei's job was finished. He dispersed the 5 pocket dimensions, making them invisible and inaccessible to everyone. As the foundation of the world, he did not want any enemies to attack them and weaken the myriad emperor world. He fused the void Qi array into the world's core and granted heavenly Dao control over it. Swish! The sky changed as countless visions enveloped the world. Purple merit manifested above heaven before splitting into different portions. 80% of it descended on Wang Wei's hand. Of the remaining 20%, 15% went to Miscellaneous One for creating the formation, and the remaining 5% went to the people who helped in the process. Wang Wei smiled in satisfaction. He knew this was not the end of the merit. As the world evolved and became more prosperous, Heavenly Dao will reward them again. Without hesitation, he cut off the majority of the merit and sent them to the Emperor Enlightening Academy and the Western Bliss sect, paying part of his debt. The environment has returned to innate. All the court's gods must ensure nothing happens to their area during the transition. Wang Wei's voice echoed throughout the world, and these gods and emperor lineages guessed what they meant. The entire world was about to experience drastic change due to the introduction of innate Qi. Mountains, forests, lakes, rivers, and spiritual veins will appear out of nowhere in a matter of days. Already existing mountains will grow taller, and more earthquakes, volcano eruptions, hurricanes, and tsunamis will occur as new spiritual materials begin to grow rapidly in dangerous areas that can affect the weather. New secret dimensions will be born and appear, releasing spatial fluctuations that are extremely dangerous. Animals, who are more sensitive to energy than humans, will become demon beasts. If not properly controlled, they could cause chaos and mayhem. Furthermore, many animals will awaken hidden bloodlines in their bodies, which is good news for the demon race and the sea race. However, humans will also benefit. Many people will also awaken dormant bloodlines. More talented humans will be born under the nourishment of innate chi, and some people who were previously mortals without a leakless body will acquire cultivation qualifications. Lastly, as the protagonist of this world, the majority of the lucky, fortunate encounters that just appeared in this world will belong to humans. After Wang Wei's orders, all the gods began to work together to ensure their mortal civilizations could survive this change without any issues. 953 Comparing the two systems. After instructing the sex people to deal with the current situation, Wang Wei returned home as he had a few things to do. Firstly, he finally took the time to check the formula the Sword Empress gave him. As expected, it was extremely complicated, and the materials were things he had never heard of. Wang Wei waved his hand. He used his power of fate to divine these materials to learn about their uses, growing environment, and even some of their history. In a few minutes, he knew these materials better than an alchemist who spent countless yuan epochs studying them. This went better than I expected, muttered Wang Wei. The next step was to stimulate refining this pill in his mind. However, he soon discovered with his current alchemy Grand Dao source, he could not refine such a high-level Emperor tier pill. Well, it doesn't matter. As long as I successfully stimulate the refining process, my plan will work. He placed on the agenda to raise his minor Grand Dao source like alchemy and weapon refining. After that, Wang Wei took out a bunch of cultivation techniques, all from the ancient era. With the new environment, it's about time for him to update the origin system. However, he decided to wait a while and observe the world's reaction. He first wanted to see if the ancient clan would be stupid enough to secretly spread the primordial god system, trying to encroach on the Dao opening sex, Dao Father Luck. Although they appear to have changed, he was still skeptical. Secondly, he wanted to see how the current origin system would fare in the current environment before his intervention. The changes in the environment are a perfect time for geniuses born at the wrong time to innovate their technique, thus entering the Duyi realm. So he wanted to see what they would come up with and see if some would inspire him for the upcoming upgrade. Although Wang Wei had an outline, he was not satisfied with the final result, so he wanted some inspiration from the ancient system. The first stage of the ancient system, also called the primordial god system, was the blood chi realm. This realm was the same as the current era body refining realm, cultivating the Bodhis blood chi. The blood chi cultivated by the ancient system should be purer than the origin system, as they used innate chi and acquired chi to cultivate, analyzed Wang Wei. He waved his hand to condense a mortal clone of himself. Then, the clone began to cultivate the first stage of the origin system, but using innate chi. The blood chi is indeed purer and more potent based on the environment, commented Wang Wei before creating his second mortal clone. But this one used the ancient system to cultivate his blood chi. The purity and potency are the same, no matter the cultivation system. His clones have the same physique, soul, memories, and spirit and absorb the same amount of innate chi. The result was their blood chi was the same, meaning the starting point of these two systems was the same. After seeing this result, Wang Wei focused on the second stage, Iron Bone Copper Skin realm. The ancient system did not open their Dantian or Divine Sea. They continued on the path of training the body, training the skin, muscles, tendons, bones, and organs. Wang Wei had his clones reach the second stage and battle it out. The result was that the ancient system clone was the final winner. The latter could completely ignore the damage from the origin clone's origin chi. So, it was a brutal defeat. That's concerning, muttered Wang Wei, who quickly discovered the crux of the issue. The origin chi condensed by the clone was purer as it used innate chi, but it did not sublimate to a higher level. Wang Wei continued his observation for the third stage, Rune Body Realm. In this realm, the ancient clone condensed runes with his powerful blood chi and spiritual power, and these runes resonated with heaven and earth. After fusing these runes into the body, it reached another level. The Heaven-Opening Emperor probably created this realm after seeing that female primordial gods cultivating. He saw the Tao rhymes releasing from her body, but he could not understand them. So, he copied them and created a lesser version in the form of Tao runes. By then, he should have been only in Tier 2, so his understanding must be quite high to pull off such a feat worthy of my ancestor, muttered. After praising the Heaven-Opening Emperor, he had the two clones fight, trying to see the result between the divine Altar Realm and Rune Body Realm. The final result was still a win for the ancient system. However, it was not because of strength difference, but because the ancient clone had unparalleled endurance. So he forced the origin clone to use more origin chi than it could replenish from the environment. The Divine Veins is a brilliant method that actually improves a cultivator's control of spiritual chi between heaven and earth. However, the Tao runes also have a similar effect. One walked the path of chi, and the other walked the path of essence body. The fourth stage was the Bloodline Seed Realm, where ancient cultivators implemented their first bloodline. In this stage, the bodies and spirits of ancient cultivators are strong enough to survive the infusion of innate demons or primordial gods' bloodlines. Their strength will reach another level after the baptism of their chosen bloodline. They will also awaken divine abilities. However, the bloodline used can only be considered a seed of potential because cultivators cannot bear high bloodlines. So, they must continue to develop the strength of their bloodlines. Wang Wei stimulated a battle between the clones in this realm. The Origin system finally showed an advantage because of the versatility of Origin Source, which allows them to use different spells. Meanwhile, the ancient clone can only use a few divine abilities based on their bloodline. However, based on how powerful the bloodline is, it's possible to overwhelm the supernatural cultivator. However, the origin clone can also use unique innate talents, and in a worst-case scenario, they can destroy their potential by using their good fortune flame. The fifth stage is the Bloodline Awakening Realm. In this realm, the ancient cultivators have achieved a second awakening of their bloodline, thus tempering their bodies to a higher level and awakening more potent divine abilities. The battle simulated by Wang Wei between the two clones was barely a tie. The Divine Body Realm clone suffered from a weaker body despite tempering it again in the human stage. The Origin clone had a slight advantage after opening his orifice, sublimating his spirit and soul in the Earth stage. As for the Heaven stage, where he controlled the power of heaven and earth, the ancient clone did the same thing with their bloodline. The sixth stage was the True Spirit Realm, where the ancient cultivators fused their souls or spirits into their bodies, achieving a true spirit. In this realm, they gained incredible regeneration. As long as a part of their flesh exists, they can regenerate and revive themselves because of their soul. The battle result in this stage was relatively equal. The ancient clone was difficult to kill, while the origin clone could save his life by abandoning his body and running away with his primordial spirit. The seventh tier is the Law Awakening Realm, where the ancient cultivators awakened the law in their bloodline. It's in this stage where they can awaken their innate law. In this stage, the origin systems won as void-shattering cultivators already comprehended the law, while the ancient systems were still in the process of awakening. The eighth tier is the Law Comprehension Realm. The name revealed its purpose. The battle between these two systems became somewhat unique. The origin system's saint will dominate the ancient system with their domain, rendering it useless. However, that's only applicable to people who have not awakened innate laws. By then, the domain's power becomes useless, and the final winner will depend on the individual's comprehension. Logically speaking, saints should have a deeper understanding than Law Comprehension Realm, but that was not completely true. The time the ancient cultivators spent awakening their law was not in vain, as it allowed them to become extremely in tune with the law, granting them higher control over it than the origin system. The ninth stage is the Law Body Realm. The ancient cultivators would use their laws to modify their physical bodies to resemble innate demons or primordial gods. The system's version of the quasi-emperor realm was once the law body reached a certain size and its power reached beyond the normal law body or supreme realm. The clones' confrontation in these two realms was also relatively equal. Wang Wei preferred the ancient system at the supreme realm, as the body of a supreme is too weak and fragile before they fuse with their dharma body. However, the strength of each system was relatively the same. Each has their own advantage, commented Wang Wei. In the early stages, the ancient system had a clear advantage. In the middle stages, the origin system only shines because of the innate talent and suicide method of the good fortune flame. However, I'm not a big fan of the ancient system because of their over-reliance on bloodline. The origin system's law path is better, in my opinion, than the ancient system. However, it's worth learning how the ancient system became extremely in tune with the law at Tier 7. In a law path, the ancient system relies more on better control, supplemented by a powerful body. Meanwhile, the origin system focuses more on a deeper understanding of the law and sublimating it. I have many ideas on how to improve the origin system, but let's wait. Maybe I can find more inspirations from the genesis of this era and from other cultivation systems. 954 The Sovereign of Dream. The simulations took Wang Wei a few days, and such a time was enough to see how the world was dealing with the recent changes. He scanned the entire world with his divine sense and nodded in satisfaction. These factions knew this was an opportunity to acquire merit points, so they went all out to protect their domains and areas. In the past few days, a few new immortal lineages appeared in the world as these supreme lands used their merit point to exchange for an immortal mansion. Although they exchanged all their savings in the past few hundred years, it was worth it. I don't know whether this exchange is good or not, thought Wang Wei. After the mortal civilizations reach their peak, it won't be so easy to acquire merit points. Moreover, Wang Wei could foresee heavenly Dao increasing the price of immortal mansions and grand Dao source seed in the future. Well, it doesn't matter to me, thought Wang Wei as he focused on something else. He waved his hand and sent something to the Eternal Dream sect. Afterward, he disappeared from the world, reaching another world community. This community was ruled by the Heaven Will world called Desolate Point World. Wang Wei looked at this Heaven Will world, thinking of the information he knew. Before the Heaven Will battle, this world suffered a terrible catastrophe in the form of an eternal Emperor Tier Void Beast, almost destroying their cultivation civilization. Wang Wei looked at it before heading somewhere else. This was not his destination. He appeared in a world on top of a mountain. The first thing he noticed was how vast this world was. According to his scan, this world was 30% the size of the Myriad Emperor world. Such a size was shocking. Most Great Thousand Worlds were the size between 5 to 10% of their world community's Heaven Will world. The second thing Wang Wei noticed was the majestic Qi Luck Dragon of this world, traveling around the entire world. Without anyone seeing it, the dragon seems to be checking up on its territory, ensuring the people are satisfied and there are no people causing problems. This Qi Luck Dragon is so spiritual. It's almost like a living creature, thought Wang Wei before sighing. Every time I think this place originated from the small Great Xia dynasty, I can't help but think of the vicissitudes of life. Wang Wei teleported to a beautiful white and black palace at the center of this world. He did not barge in with his cultivation power, but he also no longer hid his aura, waiting for the owner to invite him in. As expected, a few minutes later, a eunuch came out of the palace, looking at him. "Is your excellency, Wang?" The eunuch did not dare finish his words as he suddenly felt it was a great offense to utter this being's name. His intuition told him he would suffer great karmic calamity if he uttered the latter's name. "I'm sorry for the offense," said the eunuch swiftly in his shrill voice. "It's fine," replied Wang Wei. "Your Majesty is waiting for you." He did not even dare to look this person in the eyes. "Lead the way." Wang Wei calmly followed him while observing the surroundings. Meanwhile, the eunuch was trembling in the front. He suddenly felt it was a great offense to walk before the being before him. Unfortunately, this was his job. Wang Wei noticed the eunuch's behavior, but there was nothing he could do about it. His life form was entirely on a different dimension than this person. So, even if he did not release any aura or was malicious, that's how most people would behave before him. However, the main reason for the eunuch's situation is psychological problems or state of mind. If his willpower were firm enough, the situation would not have developed to such a state. You can leave. I will go the rest of the way alone. The eunuch felt relieved before becoming entangled. Don't worry, she won't blame you. He sighed in relief, bowed 90 degrees to Wang Wei before basically running away as fast as possible. Wang Wei did not mind and continued to his destination, the palace garden. He smiled after arriving at his destination, thinking how he would bring people to the court's garden when he wanted a more peaceful and relaxed atmosphere. It seems all great rulers think the same. He made a small joke before reaching his destination. In a small pavilion next to a flower garden was a beautiful woman dressed in a white monarch robe with 9 golden dragons and 9 red phoenixes embroidered in. She had a strange aura that seemed to mix many things together, some of which should not be fused but were perfectly done so. She was beautiful, noble, proud, and domineering, like a supreme ruler who decided the lives of trillions of lives. She also was ethereal, like a sweet dream that no one could ever forget. Underneath that etherealness was an eerie darkness akin to endless nightmares. "Ms. Dong, long time no see," said Wang Wei as he approached the pavilion. He sat down on the cushion opposite her. "Yes, it's been a long time," nodded Dong Lifen as she poured tea. Her facial expression was calm, but her pale face indicated her injury had not completely healed. After serving the tea to both of them, she started the conversation. "As expected, you were the final winner." She had secretly watched the Desolate Points Emperor proving the Tao. The latter was only peak first-class emperor, slightly short of becoming a pseudo-eternal. However, the aura he released was nothing compared to the person before him. "Indeed," nodded Wang Wei before sighing. "If you were not stubborn, you could have proven the Tao in this generation as well." "Stubborn?" "Yes, I was a little too headstrong," she nodded, which surprised Wang Wei. He thought she would refute his words and continued her obstinate determination. "Surprised?" "A little," replied Wang Wei, who felt his chances of accomplishing his task had drastically increased. Dong Lifen shook her head. "After almost dying, I also realized the shortcoming of my path." Wang Wei sighed. Dong Lifen's cultivation journey was legendary. Her accomplishment will forever be remembered in the annals of history of the entire Eternal Ascension world. And that's because she opened a new path of immortality. After giving her control of the Great Xia dynasty and the entire warring kingdom world, she began her path of a supreme sovereign. With her cultivation in the divine altar realm and control over the dynasty's Qi luck, her strength was unrivaled. Therefore, Dong Lifen had no problem controlling things, even suppressing the people who thought they had a chance now that the king had left. Afterward, she focused on cultivating. Wang Wei left her a technique from the Eternal Dream sect that led directly to the quasi-emperor world. He also previously told her to use luck to fix her foundation, making up for the fact she only reached the 9th layer in the body-tempering realm. After reaching the supernatural realm and ensuring she had battle strength above her realm, she began her plan: invade a Middle Thousand world. Dong Lifen sent supernatural realm cultivators to ascend. These people's task was to gather information and resources and set up a base for her invasion. She secretly ascended and cultivated. After reaching the divine body realm, she was already confident to conquer the world, and that's exactly what she did. With the Great Shao dynasty's more modern way of warfare using constructs, it did not take long to conquer a world called the 6 Yuan world and fused it with a warring kingdom world. The next step after the conquest was simple: recuperate, rule the world with benevolence, and ensure the prosperity of the people. With excellent governance that focused on the livelihood of the people and strict control of cultivators, Dong Lifen was able to assimilate the people of this world into Great Xia. Then, the luck of her dynasty prospered, and her cultivation soon broke the limit of a Middle Thousand world and entered the void-shattering realm. So, the next step was obvious, a great thousand world. Dong Lifan only needed to repeat the same step. Even better, with her cultivation of Tier 7, she could suppress the entire world, defeat all the true monarchs, Tier 9, and even kill ordinary quasi-emperors, 9-5. With her strength, Dong Lifan was more aggressive in conquering the great thousand-world Black Ocean world. Sadly, fate was against her. Or maybe her path was too smooth, so she needed to pass a calamity. The world she targeted happened to one of the rare great thousand worlds who gave birth to a Tao ancestor. So, one day, while Dong Lifan was planning the next territory to take over, a giant palm descended from the heavens. Luckily for her, she borrowed the luck of the dynasty to boost her strength to a higher level. Furthermore, the opponent did not seem to want to kill her. Therefore, Dong Lifan ran away with severe injuries after losing all her troops and foundation in that world. Of course, such a defeat was not enough to stop the Sovereign of Dream. After recuperating both from her injuries and previous loss, she targeted another great thousand world. She only needed to be cautious. The end result was a success. So, Dong Lifan's ambitions grew, targeting a heaven-will world. However, she learned from her mistake, so she chose to conquer countless great thousand worlds and fuse them with the warring kingdom world, elevating them to a higher level. She also took into consideration Wang Wei and the Tao opening sect, so she moved the warring kingdom world to another world community. While conquering the great thousand world, Dong Lifan also began to temper herself by fighting with the heaven chosen of the Desolate Point world. Sadly, she found them mediocre and suppressed all of them before disappearing. Even the current Great Emperor was easily suppressed by her back then. After returning from the Desolate Point world, Dong Lifan had an interesting thought. Could Qi luck be used as a medium to control the Grand Tao source? Great emperors use their souls while Tao ancestors use their inner world. So why couldn't she use the Qi luck of her dynasty? After years of research and cultivation, she successfully created the Fortune Dynasty Immortal Path. After that, her ambitions grew, and she wanted to know what would happen if she could swallow or conquer a heavens-will world. Luck was on her side, as the Desolate Point had experienced a catastrophe, thus drastically weakening them. Unfortunately, Dong Lifan's strength was far from reaching the level of conquering a heaven-will world with insurgents. Luckily for her, Wang Wei guessed her intention and sent someone from the sect to protect her. Wang Wei looked at her and could tell her strength. Her physical body was already on par with 2 root Tao ancestors. After borrowing the power of the Grand Tao source, her strength would reach the limit of 5 root with 4. 999% Grand Tao source control. If not for the limitations of true heavenly Tao, she might have achieved an alternate 10 supremacy foundation, he analyzed before sighing. If Dong Lifan had better luck and was born into a top emperor lineage, she could have achieved an alternative 10 supremacy foundation, just like she achieved an alternate 9 supremacy foundation. Her faction only needed to help her destroy a weak heaven will at all costs, allowing her to swallow it. Such a price was nothing to create a potent Eternal Supreme. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for saving my life, she said. No problem. After all, we are considered old friends. Maybe, she nodded. So what brings you here? I have a feeling this was not just a normal sentimental visit. Wang Wei smiled. I guess I will be direct. I came to recruit you. Recruit? Yes, I want you to join the Tao opening sect and become our 13th emperor. Dong Lifan frowned as she felt this short sentence contained much information. So, she decided to get clarification first. 955 recruitment, and I would like to remind everybody that the 2 extra chapters you receive every week are the courtesy of Black Jesus 1999. It's for the castle gift he gave a while ago. I promised extra chapters and am delivering. Don't say I did not keep my word and slander me online. Why are you recruiting me, and why am I the 13th emperor? If I remember correctly, you should be the 10th? Wang Wei raised his hand to condense a talisman with a bunch of information. Although he could directly input them into her mind, he still showed her respect, not only because of their former friendship, but because of her accomplishments. Dong Lifan took the talisman and used her divine sense to review everything. 9 Emperor Curse, Immeasurable Emperor, Heavenly Court, 12 Emperor Curse, Balance Mechanism. As she muttered these key terms, she began to look at Wang Wei with a little bit more awe. Previously, she only thought he was a powerful eternal emperor, but did not care much. With her current strength, she had absolute confidence to prove the Tao and also become an eternal. But now, she understood that her old friend's achievements were even more legendary than hers. I guess I should not be surprised since it's coming from you. She was no longer than the ignorant little girl they met. Over the years, she has traveled far and wide and knew how unique many of Wang Wei's ideas and thoughts were. So, she's not that surprised that someone like that would create miracles and wonders during his cultivation journey. Dong Lifan took a moment to think about the entire situation. I owe you and the Tao opening secta great karma for saving my life and taking care of my master. Although she had not seen her master in nearly 1,000,000 years, she still remembered her, and Dong Lifan considered her one of the few people close to her heart. As the saying goes, a master-disciple relationship is as strong as any daughter and mother. However, it's not enough to just join you. So what can you offer me? Wang Wei took a sip of his tea. He was not surprised by her words. With Dong Lifan's current achievements, few things could interest her. So, things that any emperor lineage could offer, like resources, unique techniques, backup protection, or secret knowledge, she can acquire all of them after proving the Tao. It depends on what you want, replied Wang Wei. What is your pursuit? Do you want to continue the Great Xia dynasty or have other goals? Dong Lifan did not answer him immediately. She looked in the distance, her eyes overseeing the entire dynasty. In an instant, she saw the lives of countless citizens. For a long time, I was obsessed with the dynasty, believing it was my duty to make sure it prospers, she uttered in a soft voice. However, what happened, I realized I had long accomplished that goal. Even worse, my ambitions and greed often led my people to danger. So you've let go? You could say that. So what are you pursuing now? I just want to be happy, she replied calmly. Wang Wei swirled his tea before taking a sip. A simple goal, but not easily achieved. Yes, agreed Dong Lifan, looking him in the eyes. The cultivation world is cruel. Even if I step out from the world, at any moment, someone could come to ruin my happiness. So, you need strength to protect your happiness. Wang Wei resonated with that sentiment. His desire is only to be free from all constraints and fetters. However, his desire opposed the very nature of society, which is full of rules and regulations. So, even back on Earth, his goal could not be fulfilled, let alone the cultivation world that is 1,000,000 times more complex. Do you know the realms after the Great Emperor? Asked Wang Wei. I don't, admitted Dong Lifan. One of her weaknesses was her lack of background, so she did not have access to such information. However, it did not matter, since changing the situation was one of her agenda after proving the Tao. At Tier 11, there are normal Empyreans who can create world and life with a wave of their hands, followed by everlasting Empyreans who understand their true self and escape the shackles of reincarnation. Tier 12, there are Paragons and Boundless Paragons. I don't know much, but in this realm, these beings treat the river of time like their back garden, and the influence of fate on them reaches the lowest level possible. Dong Lifan took a moment to savor these words. She could fathom how powerful these realms were just by the short description. So, her eyes showed a look of desire. Do you think this is the end? Continued Wang Wei. Paragons used to be the rulers of the universe until my ancestor did some world-changing events in the upper dimension, bringing the world the realm of half-step transcendence. Transcendence, muttered Dong Lifan. As she uttered these words, she immediately felt the power contained in them. She had a feeling that all sentient beings, all cultivators, should pursue that single word. Wang Wei secretly smiled when he saw her reaction. If you want to protect your happiness, you need strength. I will admit the Tao opening sect cannot give you much help in the lower dimension. However, it's another thing after you ascend. After your experience, you should understand how much easier cultivation can be with a correct background. Dong Lifan greatly agreed with that last statement. As a self-made, successful cultivator, she knew how hard it was without the appropriate background. She was not arrogant to the point she could not admit part of her success was due to the help of her friend before her. Had he not given her control of the warring kingdom world, she did not know what path her life would have taken. But the chances of it being as glorious as now were very small. I must say, I'm tempted, said Dong Lifan, but I cannot make such a decision lightly. If you have any concerns, you can ask me. She looked at him. My intuition is telling me you're not telling me everything. What do you mean? How do I explain it? I feel like your promise is real, but at the same time, empty inside. I don't understand why I have this sensation. Wang Wei laughed after hearing this. Your intuition is correct. Oh, is there any secret? The current situation of the upper dimension is not ideal, replied Wang Wei before condensing more information for her. So, Dong Lifan knew about the blockage of the lower dimension, the confrontation between the two suns, and the involvement of the 8 parasites. How could this be? She muttered. She did not expect such a drastic thing to happen in the upper dimension. Although she knew little about the place, she also did not expect things to be so bad. How is the Tao opening sect? She asked, going directly to the crux of the problem. Already caring about your future sect? I see you're as shameless as I remember. It's called being thick-skinned, no, being strategically minded, replied Wang Wei with a smile. To answer your question, it's probably sealed, not allowing anyone entry or exit. Dong Lifan nodded, but she became quiet, thinking about what choice to make. You don't have to worry about them, added Wang Wei. Oh, why do you say that? According to my predictions, true heavenly Tao will change the time flow rate after I ascend, making the time of the upper dimension pass faster. So, by the time you ascend, I should have taken care of these parasites. Destiny? She asked. Yes. I thought you would reject such a thing. Am not pedantic, replied Wang Wei. These people will stand in my way one way or the other. If I can use heaven and earth's help to get rid of them, why not bear the burden of destiny? True, nodded Dong Lifan, analyzing the situation. Changing the time flow rate is a good move to prevent the lower dimension from being too affected by this battle. If these 7 individuals are not dealt with, more great emperors from the lower dimension will ascend and get entangled in this messy situation. So, it's best to deal with them as soon as possible and reduce their influence. So, what do you think? Asked Wang Wei. I am tempted, but I also have reservations. Tell me, and we'll see if we can come up with a solution. Firstly, I do not know whether I will fit in with the other people of the Tao opening sect, said Dong Lifan. Secondly, there is the issue of trust. I did not grow up in the sect, nor show any signs of loyalty. So, will they truly trust me and treat me as their own? Dong Lifan knew there was a reason sects accepted young disciples. It's easier to cultivate loyalty and obedience at such an age. But it was different for her. These issues are not much of a problem, said Wang Wei. Your master has agreed to become the sect's protector, so you already have a foundation of loyalty. Trust can be slowly cultivated. I have a lot of plans, some of which will require a talent like yourself. So, as long as you contribute to the sect, trust will no longer be an issue. As for things like betrayal, I'm sure you won't do anything stupid like that. Dong Lifan's eyes squinted as she understood his meaning. If she betrayed the sect, there wouldn't be a place in the world for her. Her fate would be to be hunted down, and if she dared ascend, that would be her end. Of course, I also acknowledge your side of the situation, continued Wang Wei. I promise to leave you with something in case the sect is the one who betrays you. Wang Wei did not think the members of his sect were infallible. Therefore, he also took into consideration Dong Lifan's perspective. In that case, I agree, replied Dong Lifan. I admire your decisiveness. I wouldn't achieve what I have if I did not have such a trait. True, nodded Wang Wei, who felt relieved after hearing the positive answer. Before coming here, He was unsure because he knew Dong Lifen was extremely attached to the Great Xia dynasty. Luckily, fate was in his favor. Chapter 956 Heavenly King. So what's next? Asked Dong Lifen. Do you want me to leave with you now? Depends. What's your plan for Great Xia? Dong Lifen pondered for a moment. According to my original idea, the next step was to fuse with the dynasty. According to the Fortune Dynasty path she created, once the ruler reached the minimum standard of borrowing the strength of the Grand Dao source with their Qi luck, the next step was to permanently fuse with the dynasty, becoming something akin to a Dao ancestor's inner world. You have reservations about this path? Asked Wang Wei. Yes. It's fine if others do it, but the dynasty will become a major weakness to me, explained Dong Lifen. Her path has its advantages compared to Dao ancestors. The main one is the base strength of people in her path will be stronger than Dao ancestors because of the blessing of Qi Luck Dragon. Additionally, with a vast enough dynasty and prosperous luck, it's easier for the people in her path to become insurgent. However, there is also a major downside to dynasty. If a Dao ancestor's inner world is destroyed, their strength will be decreased drastically, but they can also rebuild it. However, it's different for a dynasty. After losing so many civilians, the dynasty's Qi luck will be extinguished, and it's virtually impossible to return to the peak. In other words, the people who walked her path would be severely restricted by their dynasty. If they lose it, they will also lose their strength and maybe immortality. Wang Wei understood her hesitation. Losing the dynasty would indeed be a major blow. Although the people in your path won't lose their immortality, they probably won't be able to regain their strength after a very long time. Their only choice might be to change to the Dao ancestor path. That's what I'm worried about, nodded Dong Lifen. If she loses access to Great Xia, she is still powerful because of her fleshy body and because she's been exposed to the Grand Dao source. However, the people who followed her path won't be so lucky unless they follow her example and temper their bodies to a high enough level. However, there's a reason why few people can accomplish great things in the body refining path. Additionally, she has special authority as the founder of this path. True heavenly Dao won't have a problem if she changes to the Emperor path. However, it's not the same for others. Just like immortal venerables and Dao ancestors cannot participate in the heaven will and become a great emperor. My suggestion for you is to fuse the dynasty with your soul, said Wang Wei. Oh, why? The process can turn all citizens into spiritual life forms bonded to your soul. After you prove the Dao and become eternal, your soul will also become eternal. Dong Lifen's eyes lit up as she understood the benefit of such a method. As long as she is alive, these people will also be alive, achieving another form of immortality. Even if her soul were destroyed, as long as she healed or revived herself, these dead people of the dynasty would also return. There are even more benefits to this path, continued Wang Wei. With an entire dynasty in your soul, you might achieve 7 to 8% Grand Dao boosts after proving the Dao. If you add the boost of Qi luck, that's another 2 to 3%. Wang Wei knew this was not the limit since Qi luck's boost could continue to increase. You can walk a unique path of a spiritual fortune dynasty, he continued. His eyes became excited. You can convince other immortal venerables, Dao ancestors, and other paths to fuse with your spiritual dynasty, granting them pseudo-eternal characteristics. Dong Lifen squinted her eyes as she understood the implications of these words. There is a great divide between the Emperor path and all other ways of immortality, and that disunity is the eternal characteristic. Great emperors and eternals have too many ways to escape death. Meanwhile, no matter how powerful an immortal sovereign or Dao ancestor, they will die after being killed once. However, now, they can achieve the same eternal characteristics as long as they fuse with her. Although their new immortality is based on Dong Lifen's survival, many people will be tempted by the offer, especially if she can become a boundless paragon, which is almost impossible to kill. This idea is excellent, she uttered. The higher the cultivation, the more afraid of death most people are. If they can find a way to save their lives, many people will agree. Her eyes shone brilliantly. I can even recruit other people by making contracts. They will fuse with me, and I can use their strength, but they won't be under my control. In return, they will acquire the eternal characteristics they desire. These contracts can even be limited to a certain number of years. Wang Wei secretly praised her as he had the same thought. Of course, all of this lies in your inability to die easily. So, you must become an eternal emperor, followed by everlasting empyrean and boundless paragon. Lastly, if you have a lineage like the Tao opening sect as your backer, people will be more confident in your survival ability. Dong Lifen nodded. It's indeed a good choice to join the Tao opening sect. Although she had let go of her obsession with Great Xia, she felt a pain thinking about completely abandoning it. However, with this method, the dynasty can continue accompanying her journey of the Tao. So, the way forward for my heavenly King Wei is to fuse with the soul and sea of consciousness. The citizens will become spirit life forms bound to the ruler's soul. Although heavenly kings won't have eternal characteristics, they can revive their dead citizens as long as they survive and their souls heal from any damage. Heavenly King? Is it the name you chose? Yes, is something wrong? No, I just thought all these paths with different but similar names were too confusing. Wang Wei just thought how a normal mortal would try to keep all these names and paths in their minds. There are heavenly primarchs, which is tier 12. Now, there's the heavenly king, the tier 10 of another system. Not to mention immortal kings, the tier 12 of another system. If you add the soul path he's going to create, there are too many names with synonyms of the words king, ruler, or emperor. Dong Lifen glanced at him, but did not say anything, so Wang Wei changed the subject. How much time do you need to finish everything here? Dong Lifen took a moment. I will announce the fusion and give people the choice to fuse or leave. I will leave a few void boats for the ordinary people who do not want to refuse, taking them to another world. The entire process should take a month. That's not long, nodded Wang Wei. He could wait for such a short period. I remember you once mentioned a destined woman for you, Dong Lifen suddenly said. Did you find her? I did, said Wang Wei with the most brilliant smile ever. She must be a wonderful woman. That she is. Well, I can't wait to meet her. In that case, you will be disappointed, said Wang Wei with a smile. After seeing her confused look, he explained, things are complicated, so she's not here now. I see. She nodded, dedicated not to pry further. What about you? Anyone special? Yes, my husband, replied Dong Lifen with a gentle smile. Oh. Wang Wei was slightly surprised as he only asked randomly. He did not sense anyone in the palace who had dragon destiny, so she thought she did not have a king. Who is the lucky man? A scholar with the purest heart I've ever met, replied Dong Lifen, a brilliant smile hanging on the side of her mouth. He reminded me of the young me before you arrived. She remembered when they met. One day, she went on one of her strolls to tour the dynasty and check the people's lives. Then, she met a young scholar who was famous in the town and was serving as the town chief. The people loved him because of his benevolent rule, but the merchants and aristocrats around saw him as a stupid man and took advantage of his kind nature. Dong Lifen was intrigued and wanted to meet a scholar. She wondered how a civil servant of the dynasty could be so stupid. She checked on him and realized the latter was not stupid, but too kind. He knew these people took advantage of him, but he did not care. Dong Lifen reprimanded him and told him to be tough when needed. She left after the tour, but a few months later, she could not help but want to check on the scholar. She discovered he remained the same despite her warning. So, she began to check on him regularly. Ultimately, they got to know each other and fell in love. He sounded like a great guy. I would love to meet him. Dong Lifen's eyes dimmed a little. He's dead. The hardest day in her life was the failure to conquer the Black Ocean world, and not because she almost died. One of the reasons she survived that palm was because of her husband. The man had the purest soul she had ever met, so when he sacrificed it to protect her, he managed to block the palm and buy enough time for her to mobilize the dynasty's luck. He also left great protection in her body. granting her great vitality for healing. "Do you want me to revive him for you?" asked Wang Wei. "He's already reincarnated. I'm just waiting," she said. Wang Wei looked at her, feeling guilty. "A little," she replied with a sigh. "My ambitions got him killed, and even afterward I did not stop. I'm a little scared to meet him again. If he is as king as you said, I am sure he'll forgive you. I know he will, but I'm not ready to forgive myself." "I cannot help you with such a thing as self-forgiveness," commented Wang Wei. "My advice to you is to see him and tell him the truth. Maybe he can help you work through it." "Maybe, you're right. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 957 Preparations. Dong Lifan did not waste time. She sent the news about the fusion and allowed the citizens to choose their own path. As expected, more than 96% of people chose to follow her. These people knew their majesty was the source of their prosperity, so without her, their lives might return to the terrible state before the Great Xia took over. As for the ones who chose another path, they had multiple reasons. Most of these people were not true supporters of Dong Lifan and only wanted to use the dynasty for their own ambitions. The others rejected the idea of relying on someone else for their life or immortality. Some simply wanted to live a normal or ordinary life. No matter what choice these people made, Dong Lifan did not stop them. She left a void boat to transport these individuals to another world. Afterward, she proceeded with the fusion. A terrifying swallowing power emanated from Dong Lifan's Niwen acupoint, and the entire world was rapidly shrinking as they entered her head. It was like there was an invisible black hole in the middle of her forehead that was swallowing everything in its path. A mighty aura spread out from Dong Lifan's aura. A river of chains manifested before her as she raised her to mobilize her grand Tao source, the power of dreams and nightmares condensed in her hand before disappearing. "How do you feel?" asked Wang Wei. "Complete and flawless," she replied. The dynasty was no longer her weakness. Even the Qi dragon in her sea of consciousness was now a fundamental part of her body. It was like she had awakened a unique physique related to dragons. With a thought, a purple gold dragon appeared around Dong Lifan. "Controlling the Qi luck so much easier now. It's like it was another part of my body," continued Dong Lifan. Before, she had to fuse with the dragon to bless her strength or defense. However, now, she can materialize the dragon and use it as a defensive weapon. "It seems that the dynasty has mutated because of your dream soul," commented Wang Wei. "Yes, the citizens could be considered dream or nightmare life forms instead of pure spirit life forms," nodded Dong Lifan. Such a change was beneficial to her, so she did not mind. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this. "You should take some time to control your leaking soul power," he warned. After the fusion, her soul drastically increased. Therefore, she could not properly control its power. "I will." Dong Lifan could tell her soul's transformation was unfinished and required some time. So, she was not in a rush. "In that case, let's go," said Wang Wei. With a wave of his hand, they disappeared and returned to the sect. "I will take you to see the ancestors." He had already sent news. So many people were already waiting for them once they teleported to the secret realm. "This is Dong Lifan, our 13th emperor," introduced Wang Wei before also introducing everyone to Dong Lifan. These people were surprised by her achievement. Origin 1 was the only calm one since he was the one who saved her and knew about her new path. He did not say anything to everybody else because he knew she did not officially preach her new path, so he did not want to affect her or bear the karma of this new immortal path. "Thank you, Senior, for saving me," said Dong Lifan to Origin 1. "Your master is part of our sect, so you're already one of our one. There is no need for pleasantry between us." Wang Wei secretly gave a thumb up to this old fox. He could get into the role so quickly. Of course, such a method won't work on a person like Dong Lifan, who was a ruler and used to see through people's facade. However, such an act showed the sect's attitude toward her, and that's all that matters. A new immortal path? I'm suddenly interested, said Hell1. What would happen if we took one of our quasi-emperor and had him set up a dynasty? Then we forcefully conquer countless worlds and fuse them. Could we fast-track a new heavenly king? Of course not, replied Miscellaneous One. The threshold for the Chi Luck Dragon to bear the Grand Tao Source should be very high. Such a dynasty would never meet the standard. A vast territory was not the only indication of a thriving or prospering dynasty. People's livelihood, happiness, the development of culture, art, and technology are all parts that make a powerful dynasty. Furthermore, a fortune dynasty also requires powerful cultivators as its backbone, cultivators that are loyal to the dynasty. Not to mention the foundation like powerful artifacts or arrays to be used in time of need, development of professions like alchemy, and training of elite troops. All these things must reach a high enough standard to condense a Chi luck powerful enough to bear the power of the Grand Tao Source and become a heavenly king. This path should also have to experience tribulations like immortal venerables and Tao ancestors. If the Chi luck is weak, the process would probably fail, added the steward. Yes, any path to immortality is valuable in the lower dimension. So things would not be so simple, nodded Hell1. We have plenty of time to analyze this new path, chimed in Origin 1. We need a proper plan for her Emperor path. Despite Dong life and strength, Origin 1 wanted to be careful to ensure that no accident occurred. Do you have any idea? Yes, replied Wang Wei. We will hide her in the deception array to ensure true heavenly Tao does not know when she will participate in the heavenly battle. That way, it cannot scheme against her and create an opponent with 9 extremity foundation or of equal strength for her. Just like Battle Maniac, uttered Origin 1 softly. Qiyuan himself predicted the fate of Battle Maniac. He proved the Tao, followed by the Sword Empress. So it made sense the balance mechanism would not easily allow a sect to have 3 Eternals, especially back-to-back. So, it was not surprising that it cultivated a heaven chosen that could defeat the latter in the form of the sword-casting Villa's founder. Back then, Battle Maniac's strength had reached 2 root after re-establishing his foundation with Qiyuan's help. After all, he had no aversion to tempering his body, unlike his third sister. Furthermore, he could fight 3 root Tao ancestor for a short period with his battle skills. Regardless, he still lost to the sword-casting emperor. However, the latter also paid a price. Heavenly Tao used so much luck and destiny to cultivate the sword-casting emperor to such a state that he owed karma to Heavenly Tao. So, when he proved the Tao, he could only become a pseudo-eternal emperor. Wang Wei nodded after hearing Origin 1's words. He worried this would happen, so he took precautions for Dong Lifen. His plan is that true Heavenly Tao won't know until the last second when she will fight for the heavenly battle. The second will send Heaven Chosen to acquire the entrance token, if necessary, and give it to her. Then, she will show up and suppress everybody with overwhelming strength. Wang Wei secretly sighed. The way true Heavenly Tao operates the lower dimension is contradictory. It wants to cultivate powerful and talented great emperors, but it also does not want any factions to be too powerful and dominate the situation. With this method, the incentive will be in our hands, nodded Origin 1. They could choose a generation without talented Heaven Chosen and send her. This is a good plan. We only need to watch out for any fake out from Heavenly Tao, and everything will be fine, added Miscellaneous One. One of the worst-case scenarios would be a situation where they believed there were no talented individuals in a generation and chose this time for her to prove the Tao. Then, out of nowhere, comes a monstrous-level genius. True, nodded Wang Wei before looking at Dong Lifen. What do you think? After all, this is regarding your proving Tao experience. Dong Lifen hesitated. If you have something to say, go ahead. I don't know. I feel like it might not be a bad idea to have a talented rival to push me, just like Tion did to you. Wang Wei's lips twitched. It was indeed a good idea to have a rival or opponent in the Emperor path. However, that's only if you become the final winner. If you want a powerful opponent, I have a way of tempering you, so don't worry. If you say so. Let's go. We have work to do, said Wang Wei. Dong Lifan went through the process of becoming a member of the sect, like placing her name in the registry, creating her soul lamp, and other minor things. Afterward, she went to see her master and spent a few days. How is it? Have you checked that I did not bully your master? Dong Lifan smiled, but did not say anything. She could tell her master's life was very fulfilling. Her dreams and ambitions have always been to pursue immortality, and soon she will accomplish her goal. Afterward, she can take her time to enjoy life and pursue the Tao. All right, let's go, said Wang Wei, and the two went to the Eternal Dream sect. Wang Wei thought he could visit one of the Forbidden Lands, but he soon lost track of time. So, a few hundred years passed, and it was already time for the third court meeting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 9, 58, Third Court Meeting, Unedited Chapter. The court members came extra early today. They wanted to use the merit they gathered in the past 1,000 years to exchange things. A few people had already exchanged things beforehand, but a few lineages predicted the list would update, so they saved their merit. As expected, when they checked the list today, a few new things were added, mainly 2 unique Grand Dao Source seeds. According to the description of the list, these seeds will allow the people to cultivate insurgents up to the 2nd class. Heavenly Tao blessed the seeds with its using a system similar to Primarch's. As such, after creating an inner world with that unique seed, a Tao ancestor will receive a blessing that makes them on par with 3rd and 2nd class Great Emperors. Sadly, this thing was extremely expensive, and so far, only the Tao opening sect can afford it. However, these top lineages who waited did not care. The mortal civilizations have only developed for 1,000 years and have plenty of time to continue to develop. Another unique thing on the list originated from the Heavenly Emperor. It's a cultivation-blessed land full of chaos, qi. After paying a certain price, these lineages can borrow them to cultivate. Energy is also important to immortal cultivators. It's easier and faster for immortal venerables to convert chaos qi into immortal qi than using innate or spiritual qi. Tao ancestors and great emperors can absorb it to speed up their comprehension of the Grand Tao source. The higher the quality and intensity of the energy, the faster their cultivation is. It's one of the reasons many great emperors did not need to ascend as soon as possible during the beginning emperor era. The environment still provided them with opportunities to make progress, unlike modern times, where it is so slow that it makes people despair. After these people saw the thing on the list, they could not help but be speechless. They could detect many areas in the court full of chaos qi, yet the Heavenly Emperor asks them to pay for these blessed lands. His objective is obvious. He wants them to move the court. After so many years, and seeing how the world changes every day, many people are not too averse to the idea of moving to the court. Although it would symbolize a more concentrated power of the court, which means less power for their faction, they could still accept such a change because they will benefit from this system once the current emperors leave and they put their people in the court. However, staying close to the Heavenly Emperor is like a mortal living in close proximity to a tiger. Even if you know the tiger is not targeting you, the mortal will still be afraid because this beast is powerful and can kill him anytime. Because of this mentality, most people resist the urge or desire to stay in the court. But now, they realize they may soon not have a choice. The world is rapidly changing and opportunities are everywhere. If someone does not take it, someone else will. After I get enough luck to become the Academy's official emperor, I will move to the court, thought Su Sure. She has to spend a lot of time understanding the existence reconstruction technique, and she needs to use all the available help. Additionally, Chaos Chi is very suitable for her physique. The benefits she will acquire after absorbing it are more than even the Heavenly Emperor. Furthermore, she can also condense them into primordial Chi. Using merit to buy these blessed lands is a waste of time, so she decided to move to the court and take full advantage of their service. Time passed, and it was finally the hour of the meeting. The Heavenly Emperor appeared, and everyone saluted. "At ease," said Wang Wei as he observed everybody. There were some changes, but the only noteworthy one was Han Shun, the ruler of the Great Jin dynasty, became a Dao ancestor. Wang Wei could see the light of ambitions in this man's eyes. He guessed the latter's plan was to become a first-class insurgent, maybe even eternal-class insurgent, allowing him to have more power in the court and the world in general. Worthy of the human emperor's chosen successor, thought Wang Wei. "We have a few things to do during today's meeting," he declared, his voice calm yet authoritative. "Firstly, the sea race. Why hasn't the mortal subspace not connected to your territory yet?" The Panlong and Sea Lion clan's immortal sovereign looked at each other and prepared to explain. "Your Majesty." "Okay, you don't need to explain. Since you think my words can be ignored, prepare to suffer the consequences. For the duration of this meeting, you can kneel." Wang Wei waved his hand. A terrifying pressure suppressed these two, forcing them to kneel on the ground. Countless immortal lights flashed in their bodies as they tried to resist, but it was futile. Afterward, they realized they could not even speak. Shame and humiliation appeared on their faces. No matter how weak they are in the lower dimension, it does not change the fact they were tier 11 and deserve respect. "My patience is limited, so this is my last warning," said Wang Wei. He did not release any killing intent, but the room felt freezing. The other sea race representatives realized the severity of the situation. If they could not integrate into the world of land, their race would suffer a terrible catastrophe. Wang Wei focused on the crowd. "I'm very happy with how the mortal civilizations turned out. Although most of you did it only out of your own interest and benefit, I'm still satisfied with the final result." These representatives were speechless. The Heavenly Emperor always reveals the ugly truth to the public. Couldn't he be more tactful with his words? They secretly shake their heads. "Our next court affairs is the establishment of ruling departments," continued Wang Wei. "There will be the Department of General Affairs, in charge of creating rules and regulations for the world, mostly to protect the mortal civilizations. We need a Department of Law Enforcement to reinforce the rules. Heavenly Dao will supervise this department to prevent abuse of power. Lastly, we need a Department of Foreign Affairs responsible for dealing with the myriad Emperor world's interaction with the lower realm and world communities." Wang Wei paused to give these people time to process this information and analyze things. A few seconds later, he continued, "We need to develop the Divine Legions. I can tell all of you our next meeting will be about foreign expansion. Now, our main objective won't be about conquest, but we also must be prepared for war at any time. Many people will not accept the spread of new ideas, so force must be used." The representatives looked serious after hearing this. This sentence contains much information, but it can be summarized into one sentence: prepare for eventual war. Wang Wei looked at these people's reactions. He knew none of them would truly help establish the Divine Legion. However, his main objective was to tell them to prepare to fight for their interest. That's it for now, but there should be more departments as we develop. Each department will have a department head and deputy, along with other lower positions. I will use a unique test to choose these positions. Interested personnel can participate. The representatives became excited after hearing this. These positions are very valuable, not only because of the cultivation blessing and merit for serving the court, but also because of the political power that comes with them. Wang Wei ignored these people and focused on Ao Shin. "I once said I owe your demon race for going back on my word and taking the racial luck condensing artifact. As repayment, I give you two choices: guarantee positions in these departments or merit points." Ao Shin swiftly analyzed the pros and cons. Although the position would increase the demon's political power and influence on the world, he could foresee many people using the fact they bypassed the test to get their positions to make trouble for them. So, it would be best to acquire them using the official method. "I choose merit points." Wang Wei nodded and transferred 5 million merit points to the demon race. This amount was more than enough for breaking a promise. "Oh, before I forget, don't kill Xiao Songshi," added Wang Wei. He still had his great trafficking plan. Although Xiao Songxi was not a top heaven chosen in this generation, he was still a great talent. Now that he was in such terrible shape with his bloodline destroyed, the Sea race might make the stupid decision to kill him, and Ao Shun won't have any issue once he finishes his dealing with the Baishi clan. Ao Shun nodded calmly. He never expected to hide his actions and whereabouts from the Heavenly Emperor, since the latter never stopped him. He knew he would encounter no problem with his plan, at least not from Wang Wei. Now, let's discuss the main subject of this meeting, declared Wang Wei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 959 Dream World. For my demonstration, you only need to concentrate and use the words. Dream incarnate, said Wang Wei. Many people were confused, but they knew this was not the time to ask questions, so they followed orders. The world changed, and the representatives found themselves in a strange world. Everything was bright, ethereal, and illusory. Additionally, the ground on their feet seemed to be clouds. Welcome to the dream world, said Wang Wei, who stood before them. I know you have questions. Wait a while before I explain. Everybody nodded and waited. Some people felt something momentous was about to happen. As I said, this is a world made of dreams. So what is its purpose? Many things. This is a world of communication and unique experience, explained Wang Wei. This dream world will be accessible to everyone in the Myriad Emperor world using the password I told you before. In other words, from now on, this place can be used to communicate with anyone worldwide, including mortals. Wang Wei looked at some of these people's reactions and secretly shook his head. I know most of you don't care about such a thing. However, have you thought about communicating with otherworld communities? Your Majesty, you mean? Yes. Once we spread our wings to the lower dimension, the dream world will be accessible to otherworld communities. By then, a mortal in the farthest corner of our world can easily communicate with someone from the farthest world community from us. The representatives finally showed excitement as they understood the implications behind these words. Communication is key for everyone. Learning from other people's Tao and experience is a fast way to improve. Additionally, the Heavenly Emperor showed them the advantage of learning other cultivation systems as he used another Heaven Will system to prove the Tao on his own and achieve the status of immeasurably Emperor. The Myriad Emperor world has been cut off from the endless void for too long, so even the top Emperor lineages were careful in re-establishing communication. But now, with the Dream World, most of their restraint and danger have been eliminated. Your Majesty, I have a question, said Su Shi. Are you going to ask if we can use the Dream World as a platform to exchange resources with otherworld communities? Yes. With the revival of the environment, the Myriad Emperor world will enter a prosperous age where cultivation resources are everywhere. However, it did not mean exchanging with other worlds was useless. On the contrary, they had more rare things to exchange with others, thus increasing the resources in their world. No one would think they have too many resources. Yes, it will be possible, said Wang Wei. However, this ability is temporarily not activated. You have to wait a while. Su Shi's eyes squinted lightly as she nodded her head. She tried to analyze why this ability was not available, but she had too little information. Let's continue, said Wang Wei after seeing no more questions. He waved his hand, and a small square appeared before every representative with a rune inscribed at the top. Each rune was different and unique. This is your dream imprint. If you exchange imprints with someone else, you can contact each other directly. Everyone nodded. They understood the need for this thing. If so many people will use the dream world, it's imperative to establish a way to communicate with the people you wish to. The representatives checked the dream imprint and learned they could leave recorded messages to their friends in case the latter is busy or not in the dream world. They can create chat groups, inviting multiple people to appear in a safe space and communicate with each other. Many people felt this imprint might have other ideas, but only the basics are introduced. The next function I will introduce is the home, continued Wang Wei. You could buy your own home in the dream world and customize it as you wish. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a towering mountain appeared behind him. Under his control, the lonely mountain soon turned into an immortal palace shining with Dao rhyme, exuding luxury and nobility. He turned to these people and asked, "What do you think?" People were in deep thought before someone muttered, "This doesn't seem to be useful besides being aesthetically pleasing." "Not really," countered Ao Shun. "May I ask, do we have the power of unlimited creation in our home?" "Not unlimited, but yes, you can create whatever you want." Ao Shun's eyes lit up as he figured out the use of this thing. His demon race is brutal by nature, making them very belligerent. He opened countless battle coliseums in this territory, allowing them to fight and exercise their nature. He did not want them to become aggressive towards humans and generate another calamity. Unfortunately, the Colosseum has a major flaw. Too many people died in the process. Although such violent battles allowed him to cultivate elite demon races, the process also killed too many people. Their population has only recuperated in this generation, so Ao Shun felt pain after losing any of them. However, now he saw another way. He can create the Colosseum in the dream world, allowing these demons to fight and kill each other without fearing death. "It seems some of you have already figured out the use of this home setting," said Wang Wei. "Many of us have hidden desires or ambitions, some of which we cannot accomplish because of our lack of ability, the devastating effect our actions can have, the fear of failure and death, or restraint by our morality. But in your home in the dream world, you can do whatever you desire. If you want to be an emperor that rules the lives of trillions, you can." He waved his hand, and the place changed. Wang Wei sat on a throne, looking at all sentient beings. If you want to be a mighty general that slaughters all its enemies, you can be. The setting changed, and he was on a battlefield, commanding a mighty legion. If you want to be lost in carnal desires, you can. As he said these words, one of the representatives was surrounded by hundreds of beautiful women with different temperaments. Some were cold and indifferent, some were doting and loving, some were domineering, some were shy, and some were extremely open and proactive. The representative almost broke his Dao heart after seeing these beautiful women, some of whom were on par with the Time Void Empress. Luckily, he was also an immortal and had lived for some time, so his mind was not easily shaken. If you have someone in your mind you have lost, and time has diluted their presence and memory in your mind, this setting is perfect for you, continued Wang Wei. A beautiful woman appeared before him, wearing her iconic long cheongsam and showing her long legs. As soon as she appeared, she immediately stole the limelight from beauties like Su Shi and Huofeng Huang simply by her aura and temperament. Wang Wei raised his hand to caress her face, looking at her with tender eyes. She smiled at him in response. A few seconds later, she vanished in a puff of smoke. Now, you should understand the use of this setting, continued Wang Wei, ignoring the strange eyes some people were giving him. He knew with his status and strength, everything he did was major news to be discussed or gossiped. This is why there are still rumors he had a hidden relationship with Su Shi. However, he did not care. "I have a question." "No, it should be a concern," said Huofeng Huang. "Please, could a cultivator use their home to recreate someone they have affection for but could not get in real life, then do something disgusting to them?" As soon as she said that, many of the women in the room realized the possibility of this happening and began to discuss it. "Why are you guys acting like it's something only man would do?" said one of the representatives. "Some female cultivators would do the same thing." "That's true. No, we want." "Bullshit. Look at how handsome and suave your majesty is. I'm sure many of you would secretly recreate him and fulfill all your fantasies." Wang Wei secretly gave that guy a thumbs up, especially after seeing a few female representatives blush. In the end, when he saw an argument was about to happen, he coughed lightly, stopping everybody. "This is indeed an issue, but the home setting is the private property of anyone who buys it. So, I will not interfere. After all, Whatever they do in their homes will not affect the real person. However, there will be rules and regulations for people who cannot distinguish between reality and dream. So if someone begins to harass the real individual, they will be warned and punished. Huafeng Wang nodded and frowned. This was the best in the current situation. Anyway, she did not have to worry about such a thing. Tier 10 cultivators are higher dimensional life forms. So, if someone tried to recreate them and defile their image, they would immediately know. The situation is even more favorable for eternal emperors who have comprehended their existence. If someone recreated them in this dream world, they could take control of this dream avatar with a single thought. Your Majesty, this poor monk notices you use the word purchase, chimed in Feng. Yes, the dream world will use a currency called dream coins, said Wang Wei. Dream coins can be condensed by using a small portion of your spiritual power, said Wang Wei as he showed them. The representatives followed his example and condensed dream coins. Many people frowned as this system indicated that they could have endless wealth and resources to use in this dream world. However, would things be so simple? Of course not, thought Wang Wei. He calculated how many dream coins every tier and class of cultivators can condense in a day. The data was based on the weakest of a tier to the most talented individuals, including the Great Emperor world. Afterward, he priced the things in the dream world based on that data. So, even eternal emperors like Su Shi and Feng Heng could be said to be somewhat wealthy and do not have infinite wealth. He made dream coins so easy to condense because of mortals and because he only wanted one thing from them: circulation. This thing is the biggest fraud of the dream world and hides many secrets. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 960 Dream World 2. Wang Wei did not explain the secrets of dream coins to them. Instead, he introduced the next setting of the dream world. A beautiful, small creature with wings appeared before him, landing on his palm. Xin, say hi to everybody, said Wang Wei, and the little elf bowed to the representatives. It's a pleasure for Xin to make all your acquaintances. She's so cute, muttered someone. Isn't she? Nodded Wang Wei. Xin is the dream world's Tao heart spirit. If you have any problem with your Tao heart, any trouble that is affecting your state of mind, or any heart demon, you contact her, and she will help you through it. Of course, it's not free. Your Majesty, are you serious? Asked Su Shi. There are no pills or herbs in this world that could help someone with the issue of their Tao heart. Therefore, the only way to deal with the situation is to become enlightened and deal with the issue individually. Sometimes, the advice of an elder, family, or close friend might help, but in the end, every cultivator with a problem with Tao heart has to rely on their own. But if Zin's abilities are real, the situation might change. I would not joke about something like that, explained Wang Wei. Xin, or the Tao heart spirit, is the culmination of two different civilizations. He went to his science and technology world to learn about psychology or the human mind or psyche. He visited human civilizations that are based on futuristic versions of Earth, along with civilizations that focus deeply on mental health. After acquiring their knowledge, he combined it with his understanding of the Tao heart and the state of the cultivation world to create this world's version of a therapist. From now on, when cultivators have problems with their minds, they can talk to Xin, and she will help them with their problems. Wang Wei looked at the little elf in his palm. Now, she only lacks experience dealing with cultivators. After gathering data for a few thousand years, she will be perfect. Does anyone want to give her a try? People hesitated for a moment before a few volunteered. Look at your dream imprint, continued Wang Wei, and all the representatives looked at the screen before them. The rune was still at the top, but in the middle of the screen were two smaller squares with small characters written at their bottom: frowny face communication, home, Tao heart spirit. The volunteers knew what to do, so they used their minds to access the Tao heart spirit. Immediately afterward, they disappeared from everybody's sight. However, in less than 5 minutes, they reappeared. You, said Wang Wei. pointing at a middle-aged man who was a representative of the worshipping Tao Academy. Tell us your experience. The man was slightly startled, but soon calmed down and talked about his experience. I found myself in a white room, and Xian asked me whether I wanted to use room 1 or room 2. Room 1 contained 2 cushions that faced each other, while room 2 was this strange bed that Xian explained I could use to lie down, making communication easier. I chose room 1, and we had a conversation. I felt like I could tell her my deepest secrets, and she would understand me and not judge. She did not tell me what to do, but through conversation, guided me to figure things out on my own. In my life, I have never felt at peace and in tune with myself. Although we only conversed for 5 minutes, I can feel my spirit become more condensed and my state of mind more peaceful than ever. Everyone was surprised that such a change could happen in a mere 5 years. However, they did not doubt this person's words because they could feel the changes in his aura. Furthermore, the other volunteers had a similar experience. Let's continue, said Wang Wei. The next setting is cultivation simulation. As the name implies, you can simulate different aspects of cultivation. If someone is stuck at a bottleneck or feels their chances at breaking into the next realm are low, they can stimulate their breakthrough in the dream world before attempting it in the world. This setting is not just for cultivation. You can simulate refining a pill, weapon, talisman, array, puppets, and even certain techniques that you want to create but are not sure which direction to take. No one could remain calm after hearing this function. The Emperor lineages might not completely care about the cultivation simulation since their sect cultivates heaven chosens, but it's not the same for the supreme, holy, and law lands. The happiest of this group was the loose cultivators, who had no or flawed cultivation inheritance. Such a function is their version of God. But the function of this thing goes beyond what is stated. The Emperor lineages wish to cultivate immortal sovereigns in this generation, but the breakthrough to Tier 11 involved a bottleneck for all immortal paths. But now, the success rate for breakthroughs can drastically increase after simulating countless times. Our profession Tao will enter an age of prosperity, muttered the representatives from the Origin Pill Tao sect. Alchemists or any professions have high status because of their rarity, and there are not many of them because too many resources are required to cultivate even the most talented professions. Now, the issue of resources has been dealt with. Factions can use the dream world to cultivate professions without wasting too many resources. Your Majesty, how accurate is the simulation? Can I simulate Refinant Emperor Tier Pill that requires the Grand Tao source? The accuracy is 99.9%, and yes, you can simulate Emperor Tier Pills. He spent a lot of effort in this dream world, using the help of Dong El-Ifan, the Eternal Dream Sect, and even countless profession insurgents in his factions, ensuring there was nothing wrong with the simulations. He also infused it with his Fate Tao, which can control myriad Taos, along with Heavenly Taos, Heaven Tao. As such, the simulations were perfect, but he did not say that because he knew there was no absolute in this world. I'm assuming we have to pay to use this simulation. But do we also have to pay for the simulated materials for refining? Asked A.O. Shun. He was also very excited about this setting. His demon race does not have much talent for professions. However, he can now pile up a bunch of professions using simulations. No matter how untalented his clan is, after trying to refine a pill or weapon more than 10,000 times, they should succeed. If 10,000 times is not enough, then try 100,000 times. It's free to refine anything below the immortal tier, explained Wang Wei. For immortal tier creations, you must pay a fee for every 10 materials. Everyone thought this was fair. After all, the value of mortal items paled compared to a mortal tier. I'm in a good mood, so I will tell you a secret way to use this setting, said Wang Wei. You can simulate what it would be like to be a great emperor, including an eternal. I don't need to tell you the benefit of doing this. The representative's eyes lit up. After experiencing the power of a great emperor, it's easier for their Tao ancestors to create insurgent tier techniques. I have another concern, said Hofeng Wang. Does the dream world fall into the jurisdiction of the court? Wang Wei looked at her, and he knew what she wanted to ask. What will happen to the dream world after he leaves? Will the court control it or the Tao opening sect? The dream world is the property of the Tao opening sect, but the court has some power over it, explained Wang Wei. Members of the court have discounts for certain products of the dream world, and the Heavenly Emperor of each generation has the power to make certain changes to the dream world, but it's limited. Your Majesty, can you elaborate? Whoever sits on the throne cannot do as they please, like banning people from entering the dream world without any reason, or making it so that the factions do not have to pay for any of the functions. However, I also understand the situation is ever-changing, and I cannot calculate everything. So, if there is a situation where it's necessary to make changes to the dream world, the Heavenly Emperor will have the power to do so. What if an emperor makes a decision and the Tao opening sect disagrees? Heavenly Tao will be the tiebreaker, replied Wang Wei, and people would accept this decision. Heavenly Tao will make decisions based purely on rationale and facts, and will prioritize the world instead of any singular factions. So, it's the best tiebreaker. Wang Wei looked at these people and could see some of their worries and hesitation. The dream world is more of a neutral existence. It belongs to the Tao opening sect because I created it, and it provides the sect with luck and destiny. Under most situations, it will remain intact and unaffected by the political landscape of the endless void. I will perfect the rules and regulations before leaving, so there is no need to worry. Everyone felt relieved. So far, the Heavenly Emperor has displayed his fairness to ensure the Tao opening sect does not completely dominate the heavenly court and the world. Therefore, they felt relieved by his words. Let's talk about the final setting of the dream world. As Wang Wei said these words, a magnificent tower appeared in the distance, rising from the ground all the way to the clouds. The battle tower of 10,000 worlds, he said with a smile. As you can guess, this is a place where you can fight with anyone without fear of death. The bodies used in the dream world are composed of dream power, so it's not a problem for it to die. Mortals will experience short periods of dizziness due to their lack of spiritual power, but they can quickly recover after a short nap. The tower has many functions, including my favorite emperor imprints, continued Wang Wei. I have recreated the imprints of all the great emperors of the world, meaning you can fight a projection of them during any stages of their cultivation, including after proving the Tao. These people's eyes lit up after hearing this. Many people wanted to fight a great emperor. Some emperors were mediocre in their youth or early stages of cultivation, so it's possible to maltreat them and gain a sense of achievement. This is just the beginning, said Wang Wei. In the future, geniuses, heaven-chosens, powerhouses, and great emperors from all the world communities will appear in the tower so that you can battle them. There will be countless lists ranking the geniuses and powerhouses, including great emperors of different worlds. I even plan to create a list to rank all the races in the endless void. The representatives' eyes shrunk as they realized the implications behind these words. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 961 Greatest Era Destiny, Incalculable Destiny. That's what these lists represented. Anyone who could get into these lists will receive destiny from the entire lower dimension. The number 1 in the Heaven-Chosen list will have a 90% chance of being an eternal emperor with such a condensed destiny, while the top 20 will have a 60 to 80% chance. From now on, the lower dimension is guaranteed to have at least one eternal emperor in every generation. After all, the people on this list will battle not only the geniuses in their world community, but all the geniuses in all 3,800 heaven world. Anyone who can reach the top of the list will truly be an unparalleled genius. The process of reaching the top of the list will be like a simulated heaven battle that involves every heaven chosen in the lower dimension. After creating the tower, Wang Wei felt regretful. he could not be born in an era where this thing already existed. In the end, he could only be satisfied to be the one who brought about this new era of prosperity. Additionally, the heaven-chosen list is not the only important one. The number one race in the list will also have a higher chance of becoming the protagonist of the lower dimension, and other worlds will also have an opportunity to take away the myriad Emperor world's destiny as the prime world. Although the chances are not as high because Chiyuan gave it this destiny after winning an intense war in the First Origin War, there is still a chance. Additionally, Wang Wei will not only use the tower for physical battles. There will be other battles like for the professions. As such, there will be lists of the best alchemists, weapon refiners, array masters, and talisman makers. Some worlds have their unique professions, and he might include them in the list. In conclusion, once the dream world spreads to other world communities, the Battle of Tower of 10,000 Worlds will become a place to fight for luck and destiny. The tower is the core setting to ensure the dream world is popular, brings him countless benefits, and also ensures the longevity of his Heavenly Emperor era. It will be one of his greatest achievements in the lower dimension. True Heavenly Tao is very strict with the rules of the lower dimension for one purpose only: to cultivate elite and talented great emperors. The tower's purpose is to help in this great cause. Wang Wei looked at the tower and thought, hopefully, this plan will work. While creating the tower, he realized its significance and had a new idea of how to help Li Jun and Yin Liling become eternal while paying a small price. The first step of that plan is for them to reach the top of the list and gather immense luck and density. He wants them to have so much that even true Heavenly Tao cannot easily ignore them. Once that is completed, he will proceed to the second step. Once the plan is finished, these two will still not be able to officially become the sex emperors until much later, but they will still be Eternals. According to his original idea, these two would become pseudo-Eternals, but after serving their time and succeeding in their merit, they could bargain with true Heavenly Tao to give them another chance to comprehend their existence. However, such a plan was risky as Li Jun and Yin Liling would have to serve their terms without the protection of an Eternal Emperor's ability. This new plan is much better, thought Wang Wei, full of confidence. Previously, he would not have much hope for Li Jun to reach the top. But now, with the latter's fiend god bloodline and his teaching, there is nothing to worry about. As for Yin Liling, he had the utmost confidence in her pill refining talent. In the lower dimension, there are only people on par with her and no one better than her. Wang Wei smiled, thinking how Tao opening sect would dominate the list for a while. Firstly with Li Jun, followed by his father, Wang Tian. Of course, he knew the competition would be fierce because of the reward he set up for the top 20 using the washing karma pool. Wang Wei's original plan was to keep the pool a secret for the sect. However, after his deduction, he realized the best way to use this thing without allowing true Heavenly Tao the opportunity to restrict its function or scheme against the sect to destroy it is to allow more people to use it. As such, he made the decision to use it as the reward for the Heaven-Chosen list. By then, factions from all over the Endless Void will not hesitate to wake their sleeping Heaven-Chosen to compete for the list, intensifying the competition, which will increase the quality of people who can reach the top and cultivate more Eternal Emperors. With this plan, Wang Wei will receive a ton of merit, maybe enough to cultivate even beyond the Empyrean realm. More importantly, the balance mechanism will no longer be always oppressing him because the entire lower dimension will have a drastic increase in strength, not just the Tao opening sect. The only problem with this plan is that I have to delay the time for Li Jun and Yin Liling to prove the Tao. According to his original plan, these two would have proven the Tao before his mother, but that's not happening now. Wang Wei looked at the representatives and could guess what was in their mind. After this meeting, they will use every means to cultivate their people so they can enter the list. They will no longer hide many rare resources and use them. The dream world was a rare opportunity. It will take some time before other world communities become members, so they must use this time to their advantage. With such an advantage, The Myriad Emperor world must ensure they dominate a few lists, showing the endless void that they are back and better than ever. They must take luck and destiny from other worlds and make their own prosper. Aoshin's body could not hide his trembling body. He saw hope for the demon race to reach new heights, take the destiny from other world communities. If things proceed smoothly, their race might even become the new protagonist of the Myriad Emperor world. That's not realistic, he thought. All the Emperor lineages have countless hidden geniuses and foundations. Meanwhile, the demon race has been ravaged so many times that most of their sleeping geniuses are dead. Regardless, this is an opportunity. The innate environment has allowed the demon race to reach new heights, with countless of their members awaken innate demon bloodlines. Previously, he had made plenty of effort to train these members as the core or foundation of the demon race. Now, he has to put even more emphasis on them. Should I reveal the news about the karma washing water? Contemplated Wang Wei. With this news, these factions won't have any restraints whatsoever to train their people. And when these lists officially open, the Myriad Emperor world will truly be ready. Forget it, said Wang Wei, deciding to place his own interest first on this occasion. He had great trust in Li Jun, but it did not change the fact he needed time to develop his bloodline. Wang Wei chose to hide the news to reduce the initial difficulty for Li Jun and buy him enough time to tap all his potential. This is for now for the dream world, said Wang Wei. He knew there should be more settings or abilities, but it was enough for now. Do you have any questions? People had plenty of questions, and he answered the ones he could or did not say anything on the ones he felt were considered secrets and information that should not yet be released. Our next step is to use the dream world to elect the department heads and vice heads of the court, continued Wang Wei. The test is mostly based on managerial ability. I have created a dream world or scenario, and the people interested will enter and be tested. I will give you an hour to choose who you will send for the tests. The representatives did not waste time and exited the dream world. They had to send words about this momentous creation while also asking their factions to choose people to compete for the court's political positions. Soon afterward, all the testers showed up, including the Dao opening sec steward. He was competing for the position of head of the Department of Foreign Affairs. According to the sec's analysis, this position will have the most power in the court in the future and must be controlled by them. The test for these positions was divided into two, and the first one was the same for the General and Foreign Affairs Department. The chosen representatives will enter a dream scenario where they have to manage a weakened emperor lineage and make them prosper again. They have to deal with internal disputes, control resource distribution, eliminate foreign competitors, form alliances, and re-establish commerce, and other things. The second part of the test was different. The General Affairs Department had become court members in the scenario, and their task was to create rules and deal with conflicts. They will be rated based on how efficiently they deal with internal conflicts between factions. Meanwhile, the Four Department had a similar test, but their simulation dealt with foreign heavenworld worlds and their communities. This test was more difficult because these worlds had different cultures, histories, and beliefs, so it took great ability and finesse to deal with conflicts between them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 962. The departments. While the tests were underway, the other representatives began to condense dream coins. They did not want to waste time and test some of the dream world's functions. Most people use the home function, living their wildest dreams. The second largest group tried the battle tower. Wang Wei secretly smiled as he watched this, but his eyes soon twitched. He immediately noticed a female representative trying to condense his face and body in their home. I'm right there. Couldn't you wait? He did not know how to evaluate this person's behavior. Sadly, the other person's smile soon turned into a frown as she realized she could not condense her image. Hey, if I weren't married, I would have no problem allowing people to use my face and image for their wildest dreams. It would be an excellent way to gather more dream coins. Alas, I cannot risk my old lady becoming jealous or using this information against me in the future, thought Wang Wei with a deep inner sigh. He only felt it was too bad to waste such an opportunity. The woman soon turned red in embarrassment. She looked around to see if anyone was around. After realizing her home was utterly private, she sighed in relief. She tried a few times without success before condensing someone else. Li Jun Wang Wei immediately felt things got out of control too fast. This woman was an immortal venerable. She should have more shame than this. Ultimately, he could only remain speechless, but not for long. Not even a few minutes after this woman, he had another reason for his eye to twitch. Another representative chose his imprint to fight him in the tower. The representative first chose the versions of the Supreme Realm, but he was slaughtered by one attack, so he chose the Void-Shattering Realm. However, according to the setting of the imprint, at this stage, Wang Wei had already started his 9-extremity foundation and could borrow the power of his incarnation for a short duration. As such, his challenger, who was an immortal venerable, did not survive long in this battle. Angered, the representative chose the supernatural realm version of Wang Wei and started to kill him repeatedly. The representative was having fun for a while. Then, Wang Wei's imprint was suddenly angered and used a desperate move. He mobilized all the power of his soul, removing the shackles in the process. Then, an unparalleled soul power crushed the representative at the cost of the imprint's life. After recondensing his dream body, the representative was scared and stopped this futile and juvenile tactic. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. Luckily, I'm not the only one suffering. He could tell many people secretly challenged the Eternals of this generation. Some wanted to know how powerful these emperors were when they were young, while others only wanted to abuse the young emperors for their sick and twisted pleasure. Let's change the rules so that there is a limit to how often someone can challenge people way weaker than you. He did not completely block these people from challenging weaker opponents or stop them from abusing these young emperors. He understood many cultivators resented the fact that only one person could prove the Tao in one generation, and thus may use this method to lash out their feelings. However, he also did not want people to abuse this system. Time passed, and the test ended. The results were both expected and unexpected. The department leader of General Affairs was a man called Taoist Evergreen, a member of the Loose Cultivator Alliance. Wang Wei, along with many others, was surprised by this outcome since no one expected the Loose Cultivator Alliance to have someone as capable as Taoist Evergreen. This alliance has always been like its name, a bunch of loose sands banding together. The way the alliance treated a talent like Huang Yuan in this generation proves their lack of managerial abilities. Yet, someone like Taoist Evergreen showed up. Two explanations for this anomaly, thought Wang Wei. Evergreen belongs to the Loose Cultivator Alliance, but does not take part in its management. Second, and most likely, he's why they have not crumbled due to internal conflicts after so many years. Wang Wei looked at Evergreen and instantly read his fate line. He learned his second theory was correct. Taoist Evergreen is the single threat keeping the alliance from falling apart. He has to deal with the extremely independent nature of loose cultivators, ensuring they still have some affection and connections to the alliance. Furthermore, he also has to ensure the rulers of the alliance do not create families and clans, turning the alliance into a sect or faction controlled by a specific group. A great talent, commented Wang Wei before focusing on the deputy lord, who was someone from an emperor lineage with two great emperors. Some people were surprised that the top emperor lineages did not control the top positions. Such a weak emperor lineage has survived for so long. It must be this person's work, analyzed Wang Wei as he looked at the woman dressed in green clothes. Most weak emperor lineages will not survive long, as the top lineages secretly destroy them and plunder their resources. Wang Wei looked at the other positions in this department, but did not focus too much on them. His attention was soon drawn to the other departments. The Department Lord of Law Enforcement was a member of the spirit race. His main body was a ruler that once belonged to a scholar. In his past, the ruler was a rare artifact in the mortal world, passing from the hands of one scholar after another, nurturing its intelligence. The ruler has served many people, including countless prime ministers, before acquiring his wisdom and condensing his body. It makes sense he is chosen. Such a spirit race is born for law enforcement, administration, and prosecution. If this person were born during the warring state area, he would be a legalist saint, commented Wang Wei. He was reassured by this person as the leader of the department. The deputy lord of this department was Patriarch Mo from the Mo clan. His facial expression did not look good, and Wang Wei could guess why. This old fox was probably trying to gain political power to revitalize his family and devil cultivators in the West. Unfortunately, he did not expect to fail and not become the department head. Wang Wei looked at the last department, Foreign Affairs. The final winner was, of course, the steward from the Tao opening sect. This department was the most competitive. These lineages were not stupid and could deduce the power of this department once the court began its expansion. As such, despite how talented the steward was, there were many competitors whose management talent was on par with him. Most of these people originated from ancient lineages. Any of these lineages who could survive for so long will have someone to ensure things go smoothly. In the end, the steward benefited from his background. Since everybody was relative to each other, Wang Wei made the final decision and chose him. Finally, the deputy lord was a cold and indifferent woman from the Moon Palace who was dressed entirely in blue. After everything finished, Wang Wei once again said, "Today's meeting is finished. The next meeting will not have a fixed time. I will summon you once it's time." Everyone was fine with this news. The world has experienced drastic changes in a very short time, so they needed time to process everything and settle down. Changes were good, but too many of them and too fast were not necessarily a good thing. The department heads and elected officials should stay to establish your departments and related rules and regulations. If you have to leave, don't take too long. No one wanted to leave, as they were prepared to spend more time in the court. Although most people had already created an outline for operating their departments, consulting others before determining the final drafts was necessary. Additionally, these people knew a political battle was about to take place despite the fact that these positions were already assigned. Therefore, it was not a good idea to leave at this moment. Wang Wei dismissed everyone, and most representatives left the dream world. They wanted to return to their faction and strategize for the future development of their faction. Wang Wei also exited as well, opening his eyes to his throne. Everyone should have left, but someone still remained Su Sure. "Do you need anything? I wanted to ask whether you would conduct another Dao discussion in the near future." "I will," nodded Wang Wei. "But wait until Huafeng Wang and Ao Shin deal with their problems." Su Sure's eyes squinted as this sentence revealed a lot of information. She was suspicious of Ao Shan's movements, but could not gather any concrete evidence or proof despite her deduction. This world is about to experience a truly prosperous era, she thought, feeling a sense of pressure. I can't no longer have any hesitation. Su Sure decided to rush home to meet with the Academy's members. Then, she will enter the dream world to have a chat with Xin regarding her husband, Lin Fan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 963, Hidden Secrets. Wang Wei calmly watched Su Sure's leaving back. He then focused on Dream World. It was about to be open to mortals, so he wanted to make one last check. Martial artists will enjoy the battle tower, but it may not be the same for others. So, competitions like chess, calligraphy, poetry, music, and runes should appeal to them. The home setting should be the most favored by mortals, but Wang Wei still wants to lure them to spend their dream coins in other places. There is also the sermon section and Tao rhymes that haven't been opened yet. The sermon section allows people to acquire more coins. They can record themselves explaining the Tao, and others can pay to watch. This function should greatly benefit the entire world, as even mortals can hear great emperors explain the Tao. The Tao rhyme setting is connected to the battle tower. Once it's activated, people can watch recorded battles and feel the Tao rhymes or law comprehension and applications of these battles. For example, it's possible for a cultivator to learn a technique that Qiyuan or Absolute Beginning Emperor used in their youth or after proving the Tao. However, this section is unfinished, unlike the sermon section that is already built but waiting for the right time to become public. Wang Wei needs to modify these past powerhouses' imprints and use his time Tao to record the Tao rhymes from the actual battles. However, this process takes some time, so he left the clone to do the tiring work. Everything is working perfectly fine, thought Wang Wei before focusing his attention on the world and uttering, "I have created the dream world, allowing for the communication and idea sharing of all sentient beings. To access it, you only need to close your eyes, focus, and mutter the code word, Dream Incarnate." His voice echoed in the minds of all mortals, shocking many people. This was not the first time the mortals heard an announcement from the Heavenly Emperor, but the information relayed was odd. With an uncontrollable curiosity, many people closed their eyes and followed the instructions. In an instant, trillions of mortals entered the dream world. Wang Wei paid attention and was relieved that nothing happened. Although he knew this would be the case, a small part of him could not think back on Earth when servers clashed during the launches of popular games. After entering the world, these mortals' dream imprint appeared before them in the form of a screen. Afterward, information about the dream world and its ability entered these people's minds. Following the introduction, most mortals began to condense dream coins while a few looked around first. Dream coins are condensed from spiritual power, and mortals have a limited supply of this power, so they can only condense a certain amount before they are forced to stop. Without sufficient spiritual power, their dream avatar cannot exist in the dream world. The most attractive setting for most mortals was the home setting. They reveled in the idea they could create whatever they pleased and lived all their fantasies. The price of using the dream world is different for mortals and cultivators. So, with a deposit and yearly rental, these mortals can use their home and do as they please. Of course, Wang Wei took precautions to prevent the mortals from being addicted to the dream world. Wang Wei watched everything with calm eyes. He saw the mortals playing around in their homes and the extraordinary citizens using the simulation to train their understanding and usage of runes. Meanwhile, the martial artists ran to the battle tower to challenge each other. To be precise, they challenged cultivators. The highest realm of martial arts is defeating a divine altar realm cultivator. However, many martial artists were unsatisfied with this outcome and wanted to defeat a supernatural realm cultivator. According to the information they knew, the limit of a mortal civilization is killing Tier 4 cultivators. However, such a feat requires a large army along with hundreds of war constructs that contain powerful weapons. The martial artists do not want to accept this limit and desire to go higher. Some people even want to create a martial civilization that is on par with the origin cultivation system. After seeing this, Wang Wei shook his head. One way that fate controls most of the world is by limiting the number of cultivators. The limit imposed on this world is people without a leakless body are mortals and cannot cultivate. As such, martial arts will always be a mortal art with limits and restrictions. Even in worlds where martial arts are the main power system, fate will impose restrictions by granting people with weak bodies, innate deficiencies, poor understanding, and many other restrictions. Wang Wei continued his observation. Mortals and cultivators are semi-separated, with each class having its own server. They can interact and get each other's dream imprint to communicate, but after first appearing in the dream world, they will be in different sections. It was a good idea to leave the dream world independent of the Myriad Emperor world, analyzed Wang Wei. Technically speaking, the dream world was not a part of the Myriad Emperor world. In other words, it was not a secret dimension fused to the world. Wang Wei chose to leave the dream world independent of any world, fused to the entire endless void. Such a choice will make it easier for other world communities to enter the dream world. This method will make convincing foreign cultivators to enter and use it easier. Wang Wei no longer paid attention to the dream world and focused on the heavy merit falling from the sky and floating before him. 90% of the merit belonged to him, while the remaining 10% was divided between Dong Lifan and the Eternal Dream Sect. He grinned as he saw the purple merit before him. He knew this was just the beginning. As he continues to develop the dream world and expands it outwards, he will receive more merit to aid in his cultivation. Wang Wei placed the merit away before sending a projection to the core of the dream world, waiting for someone. A few seconds later, Dong Lifan appeared. How was it? Did you have fun being abused by Imprint? What do you mean by abuse? I had a haughty battle, she replied with a smile. As long as she does not choose the versions of Wang Wei and Di Tian that have achieved the 10 Supremacy Foundation, she can go all out to fight. Learn something? Many things, she replied. Dong Lifan realized many of her weaknesses. Firstly, she was used to bullying her opponent using higher cultivation. As a result, her battle experience and IQ, when compared to the top heaven chosen of Wang Wei's generation, she was far behind. Secondly, because of her lack of battle experience, her application of her Dao was subpar compared to these geniuses, so she needed to make up for the gap. Luckily, it was not too late. She could make up for it with constant battles. Thirdly, she realized she was not ruthless enough. As a ruler, she was ruthless to her enemies and committed countless acts of slaughter. However, she realized she lacked the unique ruthlessness of these heaven chosens, who would do anything for that one opportunity at immortality. Her mind was too calculative, always weighing the pros and cons and unwilling to take necessary risks. Lastly, Dong Lifan realized her foundation was too weak in certain aspects. She lacks knowledge about many secrets and important news. Fortunately, this major weakness is the easiest to fix, as the Dao Opening Sect granted her full access to the secret archive. Have you thought about the 9 Extremity and 10 Supremacy Foundation? 9 Extremity is useless to my current state, said Dong Lifan, and Wang Wei agreed. Even if she could condense her incarnations, the best that could happen after the fusion is for her physical body to reach a higher level. After fusing with Great Xia, Dong Lifan has achieved a complete alternative 9 Extremity Foundation. However, I do want to achieve an alternative 10 Supremacy Foundation, even trying the path of an immeasurable emperor. Wang Wei nodded. He had high hopes for her to achieve 10 Supremacy, but immeasurable emperor? He did not have much confidence, and that's because of the willpower necessary to break the limit and access the Grand Dao Source. Dong Lifan already understands 5% of the Grand Dao Source because of her status as the founder of the Heavenly King path. However, she only has the right to borrow the strength of the Grand Dao Source, while she needs the right to control it to become the immeasurable emperor. The sect will support you with whatever you want, but you should also understand I cannot directly help you. Dong Lifan nodded as she understood. With Wang Wei's strength, he could easily destroy a heaven will world and have her fuse it with her sea of consciousness, thus achieving the 10 Supremacy Foundation. However, if he did that, she could foresee backlash and consequences from true heavenly Dao. Therefore, she needed to use her own method while the sect could only be secondary. I understand. Well, I will give you a hint, said Wang Wei as he transferred a piece of information in her mind. Demon Supremacy World? Muttered Dong Lifan. As she understood her next step, she needed to find the right heavenward world and plan its downfall before conquering it alone. I know what to do. That's good, replied Wang Wei, thinking how good it would be if it were this easy for his father to achieve 10 Supremacy. So far, his best idea is for him to re-establish his foundation after proving the Dao, then use the destiny of the ultimate sword Dao to create such a foundation. With Mom protecting him and my backhand, there should be no problem. Wang Wei chatted with Dong Lifan for a while before heading to a formation at the core of the dream world. He looked at the pool full of light of different colors, including gold and jade, and smiled. He never does any loss-making business. At his core, Wang Wei is a treacherous capitalist, so he will never let any opportunity to get more benefit from passing by him. The final result of this personality trait is this pool, which originated from the dream coins. The people using the dream world must condense the coins using their spiritual power. But where do the coins go after being used for purchase? It's this place. In the future, I will secretly gather endless spiritual power from cultivators and mortals from the entire lower dimension. After purifying them, I can absorb them to boost my soul and understanding, accelerating my cultivation. He smiled, thinking about his future smooth cultivation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 964 Academy's Response. Su Shi returned to the Academy, where all the upper echelons waited for her arrival. They had already received the information from the court and needed to discuss how to proceed with the changes in the world. Everyone waited for Su Shi to sit on the main cushion, and they started the discussion as soon as she did. "Headmaster, what do you think we should do? Tell me your thoughts first," said Su Shi. "Firstly, we need to use all the settings to the fullest extent of their powers," said Song Li, the former headmaster. "Our next development step should be cultivating high-level Heaven Chosen, no matter the cost. Because of the battle tower, they could tell the importance of geniuses to future generations. The Heaven competition won't be only about the one chance at proving the Tao. It will also be a battle to gather luck and destiny from across the entire lower dimension. We can use the home setting and XIN to establish something similar to the Tao opening sex Tao Heart Pagoda. It would be best to cultivate more young emperors. In the past, the world did not emphasize actively tempering the Tao heart, relying more on the inactive concept of Taoism, allowing cultivators to do it on their own until they reach the void-shattering realm. However, things changed in this generation after seeing how the current Heavenly Emperor became a young emperor after using the pagoda. This process will be easier and cheaper with the Dream World's home setting. Before 15 years old, which is the age of cultivation, they can have their disciples and Heaven Chosens experience countless lives or samsaras, tempering their mind and Tao hearts. This simulation will accelerate the cultivation speed of our disciples and cultivate countless professions. It can also be used to test our and create new techniques, continued Song Li, and everyone nodded with him. In the future, the status of professions will either reach a new height or be lowered because of the number of professions. After all, once something is no longer rare or unique, it decreases in value. However, if the profession associations could take the opportunity when the court began its foreign expansion, they might escape such a fate. Finally, it's the battle tower. I don't need to say more since we can all guess how important this will be. The teachers nodded a supreme battle for destiny. They will have to fight for the destiny of their faction, their world, and even the human race. We also have to consider the benefit the dream world has to our immortal powerhouses, said another teacher. As long as they're used appropriately, the Academy's overall strength will drastically increase. It's a shame that this fact is true for every faction in the world. Since we plan to cultivate more geniuses, should we unseal the sleeping ones? Asked the teacher. This question is not easy to answer. It's indeed a great opportunity to fight for the destiny on the list. However, doing so will also waste the effort of countless geniuses. The teachers began to discuss this topic. Some agreed to wake up these people, while others disagreed. Ultimately, they had to look at Su Shi to decide. They must awaken, she said. Any particular reason? Asked Song Li, who felt there were some secrets behind this. I'm minor in Karma Tao. Therefore, I can condense a few drops of karma washing water. However, the Heavenly Emperor cultivated it as a primary Tao. Do you think he will use it as a reward for the Heaven Chosens in the list? It's the best way to lure foreign factions to wake up their genius and have them compete for the list. Su Shi has figured out some of the Heavenly Emperor's thinking. The latter only wants one thing: the prosperity of his Heavenly Emperor era. As such, the supreme battle of luck most involved every faction in the lower dimension. Additionally, it's also another way to counter the balance mechanism. That's true. If he wants to leave a large quantity of karma washing water to the Tao opening sect, the best way is to ensure his sect is not the only one benefiting from it, said Song Li as realization dawned on him. So who do we wake up? And how many of them? The answer to that question is not easy to answer, said Su Shi. We are the first to use the dream world, giving us an advantage. However, we have to compete with the losers of this generation's battle, along with a genius like Wang Tian. So, the competition will be fierce. The teachers frowned. This genius was an ultimate glorious age with one unparalleled genius after another. On top of that, most of them survived the final battle, meaning they could still participate in this feast of luck and destiny. In that case, we need to reanalyze our heaven-chosens and decide who to awaken, said Song Li. I'll leave everything to you, nodded Su Shi before changing the topic. How are things going with our expansion in the lower realm? Finding other worlds is more difficult than they should, reported Song Li. So far, their academy has only found a few Great Thousand Worlds and more than 10 Middle Thousand Worlds, and that's even with Su Shi's power. How could there be so few? She asked. I suspect someone is purposely hiding them, replied Song Li, making an upward sign with his index finger. Don't make baseless accusations. I'm not. We have discovered branches of the Tao opening sect in half of the world we discovered. Su Shi frowned. So, he was long prepared. Yes, he probably had planned everything more than 100,000 years ago, replied Song Li with a deep sigh. Some people's lives are destined to be legendary, said Su Shi. Continue to find as many worlds as possible. Although I guess the court will assign the god positions in the lower realm, we can still increase our influence if we have branches in these worlds. I will. Su Shi nodded. How are things proceeding with gathering merit? We are still a bit short. If there were a task Song Li wanted to complete as soon as possible, it was to gather enough merit. By then, the Academy will have an official 9th Emperor. In that case, we will have to use Plan B, said Su Shi as she took out a dark purple orb. Is this really a good idea? Asked Song Li as he looked at the orb. Su Shi did not answer him. She spent a lot of effort to refine this pure primordial chaos chi, and her plan is to sacrifice it to heavenly Tao for merit. The world once had chaos chi, but never contained primordial chaos chi. As such, her plan will definitely succeed. However, there will also be consequences. The changes that will happen to the world may not necessarily be good for many people or factions. The times are changing, and we need to adapt, said Su Shi. Furthermore, the Heavenly Emperor cannot be the only one fundamentally changing the myriad emperor world. Indeed, nodded Song Li. The Academy must be one of the great powers of the new, upcoming world and cannot allow its old competitors to dominate everything. Headmaster, do you want to proceed now? Asked the teacher. He did not want to wait any longer for the Academy to receive the luck and destiny of the 9th Emperor. Now is not the right time, said Su Shi, shaking her head. The Heavenly Emperor is now in the limelight, so it's not a good idea to suddenly take it from him. She understood Wang Wei was not the kind of person to care about such triviality. However, such simple mindfulness acts can prolong the good relationship she had established with him and the Tao opening sect. Since it was simple for her to delay a while, why not do it, especially given the benefits? That's fine. They have been waiting for so long, so why not a few more years? Anyway, the moment the Heavenly Emperor gave them his blessing, it was a foregone decision that things would succeed. The next major change to the world should be the improvement of the origin system, continued Su Shi. We should prepare for this. The teachers nodded in agreement. The environment has recently changed, but many people have already felt the origin system was no longer perfectly suited for the current environment. As such, some people have begun to pursue their own cultivation system or looked at the one from ancient times. However, The top emperor lineages can deduce that the heavenly emperor would never allow another system to rise, as the Tao opening sect would lose the Tao Father destiny. So, they were waiting for the update. Lastly, I will soon move to the court, declared Su Shi, and everyone concentrated on her. Some people wanted to advise her otherwise, but they soon realized it was inevitable for this generation's Eternals tier powerhouses to move to the court one day. "Isn't it too soon?" asked Song Li. "Time waits for no one." He sighed, but did not say anything more. Meanwhile, the meeting soon ended, and Su Shi did not waste time entering the dream world. She wanted to use Zen service. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 965 Rumors, Northern Continent. Ao Shin returned to the Demon Tribe and began to establish how they would deal with the upcoming changes in the world. Their approach was not much different from the Emperor Enlightened Academy, with a few changes. The demon race does not have many talented geniuses, so they hope to recruit from outside, specifically from other world communities. The need for more talent provided Ao Shun with an opportunity he's been waiting for. For a while now, he wanted to increase the status of the beast race, who are demons with weak bloodlines since they were animals who gained wisdom and began to cultivate. He recently realized these demon race members had a higher average understanding than the demon race as a whole. This was a trait they had to develop since they could not rely too much on their bloodline. As such, Ao Shun believed they were the perfect talent pool to cultivate professions. The demon race is aggressive by nature, and the situation is aggravated since they do not need to temper their state of mind or Tao heart. However, Ao Shun decided to make changes and used the home setting in the same way as the academy. Once everything finished, he focused on himself. He had almost made a deal with the Baishi race to allow him to use the star stage. Unfortunately, the asking price of the sea race was too outrageous, almost forcing Ao Shun to use force. The Heavenly Emperor is not happy with the sea race. So, right now, they should be in a semi-panic state. This is an opportunity for me in this negotiation. Many thoughts flashed in his mind. The best course of action for the sea race is to have an ally, especially one that can serve as their connection to the surface world, and the demon race is the perfect faction to do so. The two factions with a mortal sovereign can represent the entire sea race. As long as I convince them to form the alliance, it should be easier to pressure the Baishi clan than to help me. I might not even have to pay any price. Ao Shun sneered before disappearing from the demon race's territory. Heavenly Court. After checking his little scheme, he exited the dream world and headed to his cultivation room. He headed to a special room that contained a large dark gray ball that seemed to be made of strings. "It's so big now," muttered Wang Wei. "It seems the mortal civilization was more successful than I anticipated." He smiled as he looked at the large ball. In the cultivation world, something called words and action practice exists, which is a method that many people use to aid in their comprehension of a law, or Tao. A perfect example of this method was Wang Wei's destiny incarnation. He controlled the destiny of an entire world, controlling and observing the destiny of all sentient beings in that great thousand world. In the process, his destiny, Tao comprehension, drastically accelerated. The dark gray ball is the result of this practice. Wang Wei changed the world, thus changing the fate of trillions of people, mortal and cultivator alike. He condensed the energy or power emanating by changing people's fate into this ball. Later on, he will use his fate-dominating physique to absorb it, thus giving him an even greater boost for comprehension of his fate Tao. I cannot wait to change the destiny of the entire lower dimension, thought Wang Wei, who realized he had underestimated the effects of his plans. Once everything is accomplished, he might be able to cultivate all the way to 80% Grand Tao Source. Then, after his ascension, he might use this practice to reach the Paragon realm as quickly as possible while dealing with the parasites. Although there should be some trouble in the process, The end result should be as I predicted, thought Wang Wei before leaving the room. It was not time to enter seclusion, as it was pointless for him. He could tell that reaching the taboo battle realm by increasing his cultivation was impossible. So, he will focus on accomplishing the taboo realm, thus establishing the best foundation for himself. Wang Wei returned home to see his mother. "Is it time?" asked Yu Yan. "It is," nodded Wang Wei. According to his original plan, she only needed to leave after Li Jun and Yan Liling proved the Tao, but the plan had to change. "Don't worry, I will visit you often." "You better," said Yu Yan. "How is father?" "Him? He's having the time of his life." "I guess it would be like this," responded Wang Wei as he checked on his father's situation. As expected, he was in the swordsmanship world, fighting all the swordsmen. His incarnation and the heaven chosen that Wang Wei designed for him were still young, so he targeted members of the old generation. "Ignore him," said Yu Yan. "Let's have dinner." The two chatted over dinner. Afterward, Yu Yan entered a secret dimension of the sect before leaving a few hours later and rushing straight to her family. "Aunt, what are you doing here in such a rush?" asked Yu Patian, Wang Wei's cousin and this generation's patriarch of the Yu clan. He had a feeling something bad might have happened. "I had an argument with these people, so I will stay here for a while." "Is this about my cow sight mean the Heavenly Emperor's lack of help to our family?" "Don't ask about this. I'm already upset." Yu Patian wanted to know more information, but he did not dare violate his aunt's majesty. "Are you sure your son is not still angry at our father?" Yu Yan looked at his sister, who had walked into the room, and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Wire is not the type of person to hold a grudge." "Then, why couldn't he do a simple grand Dao baptism for us, or grant us a few Dao rhymes?" Yu Yan frowned. "First of all, he owes our family nothing. Secondly, it was my decision to stop him. You only need to wait for me, and I will do it for the family. Thirdly, didn't he help the family with the bloodline nourishment? Compared to the benefit of the Wang clan, we barely had any changes. The blood of the Yu clan flows in his vein as much as the Wang clan. "Mother," said Yu Patian. "Shut up," yelled Yu Daiyu. "You might be afraid of him, but I'm not." Yu Yin sighed. "Sister, do you think anyone can bear the destiny that comes with a powerful bloodline? Sometimes a blessing for someone is a catastrophe for others." Yu Daiyu frowned as her eyes gleamed. It seemed she had thought of something. Then, she snorted coldly. "All I hear are excuses you are making for him." She walked away from the home, not hiding her dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Ian was secretly smiling. "I guess my effort to secretly brew my sister's animosity was not for nothing. This little act should be more than enough for the deception art." No one could detect the strange lights that often flashed deep in her eyes. "I'm sorry," said Yu Patian, smiling wryly. "I know it's not your fault." He felt relieved after hearing this. "Make sure that the weaker members of the clan do not know about this news or hold any grudge." "Don't worry, I already took care of it," he explained. At first, there were whispers since no one received the Grand Dao baptism. However, after the mutation in the bloodline and countless talented individuals appearing in the clan, Yu Patian took this opportunity to soothe everything. "That's good," nodded Yu Yin before looking in the distance. The plan was not completed until she convinced certain ancestors of the Yu clan. As a weak emperor lineage, there are reasons the Yu clan can survive for so long, and these people are the ones Yu Yin needs to hide the truth from for a while. "Arrange a place for me. I will be here for a while." "Aunt, what about my uncle-in-law?" "He's in retreat," she replied, but soon had to reassure him after seeing his face. "We have no problems. I only had some disagreement with the ancestors." "That's good." Yu Potion's worst fear was that his aunt's marriage would have problems. As long as she is still married to his uncle-in-law, the clan will have a deep connection to his cousin. "Let's go." "The clan kept your cultivation pavilion intact," said Yu Patian as he led the way. "Dao opening sect." Wang Wei saw everything. There seems to be no problem with the first step, he thought as he observed the secret of heaven and earth. According to his calculations, there should be no problem with his plan. I only need to wait a while and let things marinate. Then, she can gather the merit to prove the Tao. Not long after Yu Yen left, the spies of the emperor lineages received the news. Some people even knew the exact conversation she had with her sister in Upatian. The Dao opening sect might be impregnable, but it was not the same for the Yu clan. However, no one dared to talk about this subject publicly despite wondering what was going on. However, countless people analyzed or deduced how this change would affect the world. Now, let's focus on these forbidden lands, muttered Wang Wei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 966, The Chrono Chaos Realm's Secret. Wang Wei disappeared before reappearing on top of a small mountain located in the southern continent. This mountain was part of undeveloped land, meaning there were no lives in 100,000 miles in diameter. Wang Wei looked at an old man, this generation's sect master of the Watcher sect. "You came," said the old man calmly, a wise aura emanating from his body. Although he was only in the quasi-emperor realm, he had an otherworldly aura about him, just like he was a supreme powerhouse on par with immortal tier cultivators. "Okay, there's no need for pretense. Everything you do is meaningless, since I can see things you cannot fathom." The old man began to cough, almost choking. He had been waiting here for 1,000 years, living every day in fear and worry. He knew the heavenly emperor would come to see him one day, but he did not know when. So, he waited, wanting to pretend he had expected the latter for a long time. The old man wanted to curse his inheritance. He should never have listened to them and used this terrible idea to deal with the heavenly emperor. Did that senior really bluff a great emperor? Thought the old man, feeling the information passed down by his predecessors was full of lies and fabrications. "What's your name?" asked Wang Wei. "This old man is called Gao Qinquan." Wang Wei nodded. "Let me see the heaven recording book." Gao Qinquan hesitated momentarily before summoning the emperor artifact and handing it over. Wang Wei did not hesitate to look at the most recent page. As expected, it recorded every event that has happened in the past 1,000 years since the birth of the Heavenly Emperor era. He even saw records of certain battles between Eternal Tier's powerhouses. Soon, his pupil shrunk as he saw a note about his attack on the Battle Spirit World. "It seems that I underestimated this thing," thought Wang Wei as he analyzed it closer. He soon realized the uniqueness of this artifact. It gathered the destiny of the myriad Emperor world. Recording accurate and unbiased history is necessary for any advanced civilization, and the Watcher sect is the faction that amassed the destiny for such an achievement. Something tells me the creator of this book was not interested in luck, destiny, or merit. They created this book for an entirely different purpose. Wang Wei frowned as he tried to divine something. However, an intense amount of chaotic time energy always blocked his sight at the last minute. "Now I have proof this thing is related to the Chrono Chaos realm." Wang Wei flipped the page and swiftly read the entire world's history from the ancient emperor era to the current time. This book was of great help to him, allowing Wang Wei to make up the gap in certain areas that the sleepers never recorded for various reasons. However, he noticed two interesting things from this book. Their record did not start before my ancestor started the ancient emperor era. The very first sentence of this book was about Qiyuan's proving the Tao. However, the first and only emperor of the Watcher sect did not prove the Tao after more than 30 generations after Qiyuan. The second noteworthy aspect of this book was that it was missing some pages, some pieces of history. "Why are there missing pages?" asked Wang Wei directly. "Over the years, a few people have noticed our existence," Gao Qinquan sighed. He thought their sects were well hidden, and no Eternal ever discovered them, but he was wrong. After realizing his identity was revealed, Gao Qinquan panicked and did not know how to deal with the situation. So, he remembered the advice the book gave him after the first time he became this generation's leader. So, without hesitation, he consulted his inheritance, which contains the wisdom and experiences of all past Watchers. He learned from them a few secrets he was not privy to prior. "Oh, Who else discovered you? The first one was someone from the Tao burial ground. Yes. Someone came to our sect and erased some knowledge from our records and killed that generation's watcher. Luckily, the Heaven Record book escaped, and no one came for us afterward. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this. He wondered what the rats in the Tao burial ground wanted to hide. However, now is not the time to get to the bottom of this mystery. The second person should be an eternal emperor. What's with the uncertainty? According to our record, this information is only a deduction or analysis, explained Gao Qingquan. So, who was the one to visit? The old man did not immediately answer, but asked, "Do you know there were 2 extra eternal emperors in our world that should have fallen?" "I'm aware." After first knowing about Di Tian's life experience, Wang Wei deduced that the 2 people Di Tian lost to and did not have any recollections of should be dead eternal emperors. One of them should be responsible for our missing records, explained Gao Qingquan. And my predecessors believed that person's cause of death was our sect. After hearing this information, Wang Wei swiftly placed a few pieces of information together. Assuming he's telling the truth, could the Eternal Emperor have died because of pursuing whatever secret lies in the Chrono Chaos realm? Wang Wei was suddenly interested. "Let me borrow this book for a while." He disappeared from the mountain, and Gao Qingquan breathed in relief. I made the right choice by not resisting and telling the truth. Wang Wei headed directly to the Chrono Chaos realm. He entered without hesitation, heading directly to the core. The process was both easy and difficult. As soon as he arrived, he discovered whoever created this place had a better or higher understanding of time Tao than him. Furthermore, there was so much time energy in this place that the entire realm acted like an immortal sovereign's energy dominance. He found it difficult to teleport in this place, so he had to fly to the core. However, the deeper he went, the scarier the power this forbidden land contained. By the time he reached the center, this place contained the power to kill great emperors with 55% Grandao source. Wang Wei flew to a white light, and in a blink of an eye, he found himself in all white space. He saw 2 people sitting at the center with a third empty cushion. He gazed at the 2 individuals, 2 men dressed in white robes, looking identical. His first thought was they were twins, but he soon removed that idea upon closer observation. These people are the same individual, each from a different period of time, he concluded. The young man on the right exuded a carefree yet desolate temperament. He was like a man who had suffered tremendously but saw through the essence of life and achieved enlightenment. The one on the left was full of anger and unwillingness. His eyes indicated an unwavering desire. I've seen these eyes before. They're the eyes of a man whose obsession has reached an unimaginable level. Di Tian had similar eyes. "Fellow Taoist," said the man on the left, inviting Wang Wei to the empty seat. Wang Wei did not have any hesitations as he sat before them. He did not sense any killing intention or animosity. Furthermore, he already knew this person's power level, 43% Grandao source. However, with the Chrono Chaos Zone, even someone with 55% Grandao source and above might suffer in this person's hand. "How may I address, fellow Taoist?" asked Wang Wei as he sat down. "In the olden days, people called us the Time Monarch," said the man on the right. "Now, you can refer to us as Ji Wu." Wang Wei nodded, deducing the identity of these 2. He guessed he should be some eternal emperor who lived during the war. However, he seemed to be in a strange state. "Brother Ji, my name is—" "We know who you are, Sir Heavenly Emperor," said the man on the right. "We saw all the changes that have occurred in the world since your ascension." The 2 sighed simultaneously. They have lived in what could be described as the most brilliant era of the myriad emperor world. However, in all their lives, they have never seen a genius as talented or unique as this fate-dominating emperor. "Before you came, we were discussing how much easier the war would have been if you lived in our era," said the left Ji Wu. "Yes, the human and acquired life would not have to pay so much to win the war, and so many lives could have been saved." Wang Wei felt there was a hidden meaning behind these words. However, he did not immediately ask, "I'm glad you 2 can think so highly of me." I would have also liked to live in that era, fighting side by side with my ancestor for the survival and glory of the human race and all other acquired lives. Yes, but it's a pity. Maybe not. Maybe he would not have been so excellent if born in the wrong era, countered Ji Woo on the right. Such a talent would shine wherever he was born. As the saying goes, gold will always shine even when surrounded by dirt. Wang Wei calmly smiled after hearing these compliments. He could tell the one on the right was sincere, while the one on the left had a hidden agenda. Thank you for the high praise, but let's get back to the main topic, said Wang Wei. I came here to get some answers about this place. If fellow Taoists could enlighten me, I would greatly appreciate it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 967, The Chrono Chaos Realm's Secret. 2. The 2G Wu paused momentarily before the one on the left said, Our story is a cliché one. It began in ancient times, near the end of the war. Wang Wei calmly listened. Although he had much information, some knowledge, especially during the Null era, eluded him. These two people's stories allow him to learn many secrets of heaven and earth. Have you heard the saying that the human emperor invented the first fortune dynasty? Asked Ji Wu on the right, and Wang Wei nodded. This fact is partially true. Our human race had long discovered the power of luck and destiny. However, the history of the human race has made it increasingly difficult to unite as one dynasty. The White Room changed, and Wang Wei soon found himself sitting in the air with the others next to him. Below him was a group of humans dressed in animal hides. Everyone looked primitive, but Wang Wei did not think so. These hides mostly belonged to powerful creatures that existed in ancient times, so the fashion was different compared to the modern era. The concept of a sect was extremely weak in that era, as most people lived in tribes, continued Ji Wu on the right. Humans were scattered worldwide, and living in tribes was a way to survive. After your ancestor invented the primordial god system, he secretly spread it to different tribes. If there was someone who had a high chance of uniting the human tribes and becoming the first ruler of a fortunate dynasty, it was your ancestor. However, the human race was too weak and needed a low-key development. Wang Wei nodded. If the innate demon gods knew the human race banded together while also having a potent cultivation system, they would have noticed them earlier and done whatever was needed to eradicate the human race. So, he agreed with his ancestors' approach. Simultaneously, he knew the downside of such a development process. After the heaven-opening emperor proved the Tao, he had the strength to gather many human tribes together. However, he was under the eye of countless 6-star primarchs, so he could not gather everyone in one group. Additionally, he felt it was too dangerous for all humans to be in place in case something happened. This was a wise move, added the left side Ji Wu. The human race's ancestral hall was attacked many times, almost becoming extinct on a few occasions. If the elders did not leave outside tribes to use as backup, we would have lost the war long ago. The two sighed in tandem. It was odd how perfectly in sync they were. The tribal system was necessary for the human race's survival. However, it soon showed its downside. By the time our race could stand toe-to-toe with the innate demon gods, creating a central power system, the different tribal leaders were too powerful and could not easily give up their power. The heaven-opening emperor had the strength and prestige to become the new ruler. However, some people still opposed him. Ultimately, he decided that such contradictions could lead to civil war among the human race, so he adopted a council system with different tribal leaders. Wang Wei did not know much about the heaven-opening emperor's decision, but he was aware of the human race's council. This is where we come into the story, continued Ji Wu on the right. Our Ji tribe was one of the most powerful in that area. After I proved the Tao using a mighty Tao like time, our power reached a new height. The two sighed. Sadly, this is where our misfortune began. The two did not say anything for a few seconds, so Wang Wei remained quiet. Time Monarch, uttered the left Ji Wu. The name implied the dominance of Time Dao, but there is a hidden meaning. Can you guess? The monarch part is an indication of your ambitions, replied Wang Wei calmly. Exactly. We wanted to unite the human race into the first unified dynasty, the Great Ji Dynasty. A terrifying aura emanated from left side Ji Wu's body, making the picture of ancient times tremble and crack. Luckily, the other one touched Ji Wu's shoulder, calming him down. We acted on our ambitions. We wooed countless tribes and spread our ideologies. Right Ji Wu sighed. Honestly, our chances of succeeding were minuscule. However, we were lucky to meet a woman with unparalleled talent, my wife, Ji Suyin. As he said these words, the vision changed, and Wang Wei saw a scene of Ji Wu talking to a beautiful woman with a black dress, a white fox fur coat around her shoulder, and a red cinnamon bar on her forehead. She was advising Ji Wu on managerial affairs. She was undoubtedly the best tactical mind of that era, continued Ji Wu. Under her guidance, my empty and unrealizable dream slowly materialized. Both Ji Wu looked at her with love, doting, and regret. Everything proceeded smoothly until that day. Your Majesty, can you guess what happened? Your actions were exactly what my ancestors feared. So, the human council attacked and slaughtered you and your tribe, replied Wang Wei calmly. The two quieted down before Ji Wu on the left said, 15, 3 billion tribe members, and not a single one survived, including her. Everything we dreamed and hoped for, gone in a single moment, continued the other one. So what happened next? And why do I not feel any resentments from you toward the council or the human race? Asked Wang Wei. After so many years, we've realized this was the best option. Otherwise, the human race would have destroyed itself in a civil war. Even if there were a final winner, we would not have survived the attack from the innate demon gods, explained Ji Wu on the right. Wang Wei nodded. He felt that Ji Wu was telling the truth, but the other one still had some hidden or residual bitterness/resentment. I survived the war, said right side Ji Wu. With her sacrifice, I survived, but I wished I did not. Leaving without her was the greatest karmic suffering, especially since he had to live with the fact he caused her death. After I survived, I lived for only one purpose: to make up for what happened that day. Wang Wei secretly sighed as he knew the impossible tasks Ji Wu faced. As an eternal emperor who controls Time Dao, it should be easy to revive these dead people. But that was far from the truth. The people who attacked that day were all great emperors and eternals, meaning the existence of all the people in the Ji tribe was erased. After years of research, trials, and errors, and luck, I finally succeeded. Can you guess how? Asked right side Ji Wu. You isolated a moment in time from the river of time, a moment where all your tribe members and her were still alive, explained Wang Wei. The other version of you is the one from that moment, while you're real Ji Wu. That's correct, nodded right side Ji Wu, and Wang Wei took out the Heaven Record book. You created this book not to record historical events, but to use the concept of history to gather time energy. Yes, acknowledged both Ji Wu. How exactly did you succeed in separating that moment in time? Asked Wang Wei, not hiding his doubt. Logically speaking, these people could not be revived even through Time Dao, since great emperors transcend time. So it should be impossible unless Ji Wu becomes an Empyrean or Paragon. Wang Wei had a similar experience when he tried to revive the dead people from his science and technology world after the hooded figure from the Deception trial attacked him with numerous great emperors. Near the end of the war, the River of Time was chaotic and more malleable. So, I took this opportunity to succeed. Wang Wei had a pondering look. Usually, every major event in the lower dimension is connected one way or the other with something happening in the upper dimension, so it should be the same for the Acquire Innate War. So, the chaos of the River of Time was probably because something was happening. Unfortunately, he did not know what it was. Your plan is crazy enough, continued Wang Wei, who figured out what Ji Wu wanted to do. Separating the moment in time was only the first step. This time Monarch wanted to change the past and save these dead people. Otherwise, they would be stuck in that moment and could not even leave the Chrono Chaos realm. The gathering of chaotic time energy is probably to cause a second chaos in the river of time, thus giving them an opportunity to fundamentally alter the past and history of the myriad Emperor world and save the G-Tribe. Your Majesty, what do you think? Can our plan succeed? You obviously already know the answer, replied Wang Wei. Great emperors, especially those who control time, Tao, should be able to alter the past, present, and future. Unfortunately, this world is high-dimensional with strict rules, regulations, and restrictions. Sadly, the rules indicate that only paragons can barely alter the past, but they must also be limited to small events. We are aware of our lack of ability, said Left Side Jiwu. We were hoping Your Majesty could have another way. I may have an idea, uttered Wang Wei. But why should I help? What can I get out of this situation? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 968, Other Self. The two Ji Wus looked at each other. Left side Ji Wu did not hide his excitement. After so many years, so many nights spent in despair, he finally saw hope. Meanwhile, right side Ji Wu was surprised. After so many years, he had almost accepted what had happened. If not for his other self's obsession, he might have left this place long ago, leaving his own life. But since he also had an opportunity, he would not hesitate to take it. After all, he also wanted to see her again. They glanced back at Wang Wei. Your Majesty, what do you have in mind? They knew they had little to offer, but since the Heavenly Emperor asked, he must have something they wanted. At this point, they were willing to sacrifice their lives for such an opportunity. I want two things, said Wang Wei. Firstly, I want you to condense all your understanding of Time Dao into a Dao seed to help me cultivate. Please, put your memory of the experience of watching the chaotic river of time and how you separated that moment of time. This time Monarch had a higher understanding of Time Dao than him, so he wanted to get the latter's comprehension. As long as he studies it, his Fate Dao will also make progress. Additionally, it's a unique experience to watch the river of time becoming chaotic, so Wang Wei wanted to learn from it. That's easy to do, said right side Ji Wu before waving his hand to condense a green crystal shining with Dao rhymes. Excellent, said Wang Wei as he held the Dao seed in his hand. He checked it with his divine sense and could feel that comprehending Time Dao from this crystal is 100 times easier than directly doing so from the Grand Dao source. The second thing I want is the Heaven Recording Book, continued Wang Wei. To be precise, I want the destiny connected to being the myriad Emperor world's history recorder. Qiyuan opened the ancient Emperor era, and the Dao opening sect is the first Emperor lineage of the post-null era. As such, the destiny of the history keeper or watcher matches very well with the sect. Therefore, Wang Wei would not waste an opportunity to increase the sect's destiny and luck, especially since they were such a unique destiny. Wang Wei always liked to prepare for the future or for the worst-case scenario. He can predict countless future generations with his time and Fate Dao and intelligence. As such, he knew his Heavenly Emperor era would not be eternal and would eventually be destroyed. Such a moment will be the most dangerous time for the Dao opening sect. The collapse of the era will also be the perfect time for true Heavenly Dao to use the balance mechanism to destroy the Dao opening sect. Wang Wei does not know whether he will already achieve half-step transcendence by then, so he needs to prepare for this eventuality. The best way to do so is to grant his sect unique destinies that could protect them. The destiny of the innate environment, of the heavenly court of the dream world, of the mortal civilizations, of the new cultivation system, of the revival of the innate demon gods, and now, the destiny of being a history watcher, all of them will serve as a protective umbrella for the Dao opening sect. As long as your idea can help us change what happens, it's not a problem to hand this thing to you, said left side Ji Wu. Very well. nodded Wang Wei, who no longer hesitated. Changing the past in our timeline is impossible, so you must travel to another parallel universe and change things there. Parallel timelines, muttered right-side Ji Wu. Lightsenville. Siamacron this was the first time he heard these words, but with his time Dao, he only took a moment to understand their meaning. Every fork of destiny, of every choice, leads to an entirely new universe where things are different. If we can find a timeline where we save the Ji tribe, it will indeed be a way to revive them. But would these members be our people? Asked left side Ji Wu. Even though the members from the other timeline looked the same as his people, there were still slight differences. A small part of him cannot accept that. You don't have to worry about that. You only need to fuse the moment in time you've isolated with a new timeline, replacing these people with your people, added Wang Wei, who expected their reservation. Left side Ji Wu's eyes lit up after hearing this. It's a good way to deal with this issue. All right, let's not waste time, said right side Ji Wu. What's our next step? I will use the chaotic time energy in this place to open a small path through the river of time. You have to take this opportunity to leave this timeline, explained Wang Wei. You will only have a short window of opportunity. Do not waste it. We understand. Wang Wei nodded before immediately nodding. He activated his Emperor artifact to turn into a crystal that fused with his forehead. He followed his actions by activating all his Grand Dao boosts, ensuring his strength reached the peak of 69. 9% Grand Dao source. Finally, 365 figures appeared behind Wang Wei, all pulsating with the power of time. His future Buddha selves arranged themselves in a circular array, each controlling a vast quantity of chaotic time energy. Bang! The entire myriad Emperor world trembled as a magnificent river appeared above the sky. As all sentient beings gazed at the river, they saw their birth, youth, old age, and death in a single moment. This fact pertained to everyone, including cultivators and immortal tier powerhouses. The River of Time. These words appeared in the minds of every sentient being, even babies who have yet to form their cognitive abilities. Afterward, the people saw the world's history from the Chaos era to the present. However, the process was so fast that even the best insurgents could not remember much. A shining light rushed from the Chrono Chaos realm to enter the River of Time. This river, which displayed an ancient aura unmatched by anything in the universe, this river, which should be the embodiment of remaining calm and unchanging throughout eternity, fluctuated. Such an act meant nothing to most sentient beings, but this was a shocking scene for the people who knew it. Chrono Chaos Realm. After Wang Wei used the chaotic time energy to fluctuate the river of time, his job was not finished. The next step was to divine the perfect timelines for Ji Wu. Luckily, he had their cooperation, so he could use the karma attached to their bodies to do his job. Now, yelled Wang Wei as he sent a coordinate to their mind. The two Ji Wus did not hesitate as they rushed into the river of time, heading to the exact space of the fluctuation. As soon as they arrived at their destination, the two fused before disappearing. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was distracted as he watched everything. His soul seemed to have left his body and traveled through the river of time. He saw the thing was also composed of countless strings similar to the river of fate. However, these strings were not the fate lines of all sentient beings in the chaos universe. Each of them was a different timeline. The infinite trichiliocosm, muttered Wang Wei as he finally knew the official name of this world's multiverse. While in this strange state, Wang Wei suddenly felt he had a deep connection to one of the strings. He glanced at it and saw something he saw one of his other self. In this timeline, his cultivation was quite mediocre, at least by his current standard. He did not awaken the memories from his past life, so he only had to rely on his sealed paragon soul and high comprehension. As such, he had to struggle against the likes of Han Li for the position of Sacred Son. Many of the unparalleled geniuses of his generation were mediocre, like Tong Ruobing and Mo Xingyun, and even Huafeng Wang was not as powerful since she did not have all 5 bloodlines. Huang Yuang died in the lower realm, and his wife was the one with the life and death book. Song Xiaoxi was mediocre and died in the hands of the Baishi clan. Ji Song was alive and was a top contender in this generation. Jian Wushuang never met Daiji and competed in the final battle. Shi Fuyu never swallowed Feng Hong, but became his mentor. Lin Fan never walked the path of the greater chaos and survived until the end. He was still with Su Shi. Suya also never had any connection to him, and she also made it to the end. Sun Jiaolong used the human destiny sword to become a top contender. Fang Lijuan from the Divine Tao League never broke through the restrictions of her bloodline, so she became mediocre, but she still survived. Lu Meixiu, with a myriad beast physique and her ruthlessness, became a top contender. Ao Shun still went to the martial hegemony world, but he never returned, so Wang Wei concluded he probably died. Wu Ming was an insignificant individual since he never received Wang Wei's ideas, so he never joined the Origin Rune Palace and created chaos there. Yin Jin and Yi Liangxing never appeared in this generation, and Jingwu Hua died in the civil war of the Golden Crow clan, losing the opportunity to absorb her father's emperor bone. The upper dimension spies never showed up. Wang Wei guessed the parasites did not care for the lower dimension in that timeline, so they probably only observed and did not interfere much. Wang Wei watched his life in that timeline. His rise only began after the void-shattering realm and his participation in the slaughter trial. Afterward, he awakened the memories from his past life, showing even more extraordinary abilities. It was the key that allowed him to pass the outlaw trial for his life and death Tao. Sadly, it was useless. Dition easily slaughtered everyone during the final battle, and he was lucky to survive and run away. The entire thing could be described as a fiasco. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 969 Message. After losing the battle, his other self took time to recuperate, preparing to seal himself in Bloodstone and compete for the future heavenly battle. However, tragedy soon came knocking on his door. Dition visited the Heaven Mystery Pavilion and had Old Man Chu divine the best way for him to revive his wife. Under the blessing of his power, Old Man Chu directed him to Wang Wei the memories of his past life, to be specific. Dition immediately visited the Tao opening sect. At first, he was cordial, asking for an exchange of profit for these memories. But Wang Wei was adamant. His memories from Earth were one of his greatest secrets, and he was not prepared to tell anyone. Additionally, his intuition warned him something terrible would happen if he gave Dition his memories. The Tao opening sect supported his decision. Even after Dition, the ninth Samsara Emperor, became hostile. A great battle transpired. Sadly, Dition was not a normal Eternal Emperor. Although Dition did not find Empyrean Nine Pillar and acquired his inheritance, he was still an Eternal who succeeded in establishing his Nine Extremity Foundation. The battle only lasted a year. To be precise, the Tao opening sect survived 1 year under Dition's power, rapidly consuming its foundation. The entire Myriad Emperor world watched as the most powerful sect in the world and one of the oldest died in a matter of a year. Wang Wei watched his other self experiencing this event. During the entire war, he was powerless and was protected. He often asked to be sent to the battlefield. At times, he wanted to relent and give Dition what he wanted. However, his father and mother would refuse. The sect's ancestors did not give up and chose to fight to their last breath. As such, he watched Origin 1, Sword 1, Desolate 1, Ancestor Witching, Miscellaneous 1, his father, grandfather, and mother, they all died one by one until he was the last one remaining. Wang Wei watched as his other self watched Dition with hatred before exploding his soul. Finally, he saw how the latter chased him into Samsara. Luckily, Old Man Nether intervened since he treated Dition as his pawn to control Samsara in the lower dimension. After his reincarnation, he was born in a heaven will world called Pursuing Longevity World. Although he had the lowest grade of talent in that world, first grade spirit root, this fact could not stop him. His other self used knowledge from his previous life to make up for his talent. He also combined the two cultivation systems, allowing him to cultivate an even better DE realm than his previous life. Finally, during the Heavenward battle, as the only individual in the world who wields the power of law, he slaughtered everyone and became an immortal emperor or great emperor. Wang Wei calmly watches other self, a suave and handsome young man with flowing red hair. However, his eyes and aura displayed extreme gloominess, hatred, and a sense of self-destruction. Wang Wei continued to watch his other self's journey. However, things became a little blurry after he ascended to the upper dimension. Wang Wei could tell the Eternal Ascension world was experiencing a terrifying war. However, he could not see the exact details. However, he saw some of his other self's experiences. He saw his first meeting with Wu Hong while they were stuck in a secret realm. She was besieged by countless people and forced into this secret realm, which was prepared especially to exile her. Meanwhile, Wang Wei, who was looking for opportunities to increase his cultivation, entered that place by accident. In some ways, their meeting could be said to be fated. Wu Hong's strange eyes after they first met prove he was correct, they were fated to meet. After escaping the secret realm, Wang Wei used the chaos of the upper dimension to ruthlessly gather resources, killing and destroying numerous sects or factions in the process. His actions garnered him too many enemies, so he was constantly on the run. Luckily, Wu Hong would often come to his rescue, and, in the process, she became the only person in this world who could warm up his cold heart. As for the other ancestors in the upper dimension, Wang Wei did not see any interactions between his other self and them because of how blurry many things were. However, he could feel the latter's extreme hatred of them for not preventing the sect's destruction or even avenging it. After becoming an Empyrean, his other self finally accomplished his revenge. In the process, his mind went to a dark place, and Di Tian suffered for it. Endless emptiness and loneliness, thought Wang Wei as his soul synchronized with his other self. These two emotions were intense, reaching the level of overwhelming the mind. Soon, the situation turned worse. His other self used his power to create all the members of his sex, including his family. However, such an act did not bring him any joy. On the contrary, it drove him to a deeper abyss of despair. He knew these creations were not the people he longed to see even in his deepest dreams, and such a fact tore apart his Tao heart and drove him to the edge. So, he decided to end all his suffering. He gave up all his goals and ambitions to become free and unfettered. He no longer cared about his regret of not seeing his family back on Earth one last time and chose to end everything. No, something is wrong, thought Wang Wei as he looked and felt how his other self was. With my willpower, how could I give up so easily? His goal is to achieve ultimate freedom, and once he succeeds, isn't it easy to revert what had happened to his family and sect? So, such a setback should not bring him to this level of despair. Wang Wei frowned as he continued to watch. Wu Hong showed up at his lowest point, but did not prevent him from sinking too deep. She cared for him during this time, and they truly fell in love. Is this the power of fate? I needed to reach such a low before my relationship with Wu Hong could be confirmed. Or is it something different? Of all the explanations his mind came up with, he thought this one was the best, followed by the fact that his future self-battle with Grand Dao has reached the point of affecting all timelines, and Grand Dao used extreme depression to get rid of some versions of himself. This deduction seems like vital information, thought Wang Wei as he felt he might have caught an inspiration. Sadly, it was fleeting, and he could not think what it was no matter what he tried. Without much of a choice, he focused on what happened next. After this event, his other self chose to leave the Eternal Ascension world, which seems arduous despite how blurry the entire event was. However, Wang Wei understood why he did it. He had become one of Wu Hong's weaknesses in this chaotic time, so leaving was the best way to protect her and himself. Wang Wei did not see his other self's adventures in another chaos world. The next scene he experienced was when he returned to the Eternal Ascension world. He saw the love of his life being besieged by countless individuals. So, they team up, and he uses his new Fate Dao to kill many people that day. After that, this strange experience ended, and he no longer saw his other self journey. Wang Wei floated above the river of time, with many thoughts rushing through his mind. So why am I seeing this? Why this timeline of all the infinite ones? He uttered, and surprisingly, he received an answer. This timeline used to be the prime timeline. Used to be? Meaning it's no longer? Wait, who's speaking? Wang Wei looked around until he saw something in the distance another him. He had the same handsome face, gray hair, and eyes that seemed to know all the universe's secrets. Although the man looked exactly like him, Wang Wei could still notice some difference. Firstly, that version seemed ancient, indicating how old he was. Secondly, he could feel the entire river of time trembling under this person's feet. Worthy of future me, said Wang Wei with a smile. He knew he could observe so many things about this being because he allowed it, not because of his ability. So why are you here? Once you reach the peak, go revisit the origin, said the other Wang Wei before disappearing, as if he never existed in the first place. What does that mean? Uttered Wang Wei with a speechless look. Could it be that everyone who can divine the secrets of heaven and earth must act and speak in such a mysterious manner? Wang Wei shook his head. These words can be interpreted in too many ways. So, he decided to ponder them later. He would most likely know their meanings when the opportune time arrived. Before then, it would probably be useless to dwell too much on it. Well, this experience has been riveting. He disappeared from the river of time and opened his eyes in the Chrono Chaos realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 970 next. The Tao Burial Ground, Primordial Chaos, Red Mist Forbidden Land. Heavenly Book opened his eyes, and his book floated before him. Another time nexus? So soon? More words appeared in his book, but he was not happy. He had this foreboding feeling that time was not on his side. By the time this book is finished, only a few time nexuses might be left. This is probably not an accident. Someone is delaying the creation of the Heavenly Book to prevent me from interfering. He never expected things to go smoothly, but he did not expect his plan to be so difficult. Heavenly Book closed the book, knowing time was running out. His highest priority now is to find something that Madman Shu is interested in so he can exchange with him. Sadly, such a task is more difficult than it sounds. Although Chu Yun was crazy, he was still an unparalleled genius, meaning few things in the chaos universe interested him enough for an exchange. Currently, Heavenly Book has a few ideas and leads, but nothing concrete as of yet. Of all these things, which is the easiest to get and will interest him? Countless thoughts flashed in his mind as he soon got the answer: the origin of Buddhism. Heavenly Book waved his hand to send a few talismans before creating another clone and sending it somewhere. Eternal Ascension World, Upper Dimension, before the dark truth. Mithria opened her eyes and gazed in the distance. She felt a slight turbulence in the river of time. She was extremely sensitive to this change because she had been trying to prevent it for years. The reason she allied with Supreme Unity in the first place was because she did not want any fluctuation from the river of time, but when cultivators first enter the Paragon realm for the first time, the river will fluctuate immensely. Her flawed method of transcendence did not allow such variations, so she accepted Supreme Unity's plan. However, now that she had stabilized her realm, her strength not only went a small step forward, but also no longer cared about any distractions or fluctuations. On the contrary, she wanted the old world to return. She wanted the golden era to once again grace the world. Only in this way can many people discuss the Tao together, finding a real method of transcendence. Sadly, Supreme Unity let power get into his head. Mithriel looked at him from the corner of her eyes. The latter had noticed the fluctuations, but he only briefly opened his eyes. Twin Flower has not responded after so long, so he must have taken action. Is this retribution? Mithriel secretly sighed before observing the world. In an instant, she saw every corner of this infinite universe. As long as these people are removed and the world returns to its prosperous time, true heavenly Tao will be strengthened and have the ability to fight against supreme unity. By then, his fate would be to drop down to the Paragon realm or die. However, things will not be so simple. She could tell a terrible war was about to cover this world. Time Eater will be the greatest variable in the early stages. Mithriel's eyes pierced through the river of time, gazing at the infinite timelines. He knew what Time Eater's plan was. As early as when she left the ultimate taboo, the latter came to ask him permission to travel to the infinite trichiliocosm. Mithriel refused, and this act was the catalyst that pushed Time Eater to Supreme Unity's side. However, she could also see he was ambitious and only served whoever could benefit him. With him, things should be fine, thought Mithriel as she checked on the lower dimension. She sensed a tremendous change occurring there and secretly smiled. The lower dimension's prosperity will immensely help true heavenly Tao's battle against supreme unity. As such, she will protect Wang Wei and ensure no one interferes in his plan. Once supreme unity is remotely weakened, she will attack. Mithriel frowned as she looked at the peaceful supreme unity. She felt he was about to make a grand move, which would be very detrimental to her side. Eternal Ascension World, Lower Dimension, Myriad Emperor World, Chrono Chaos Realm. Wang Wei exhaled deeply, trying to calm down and analyze this experience. He learned a few things during this brief visit to the River of Time. Firstly, and most importantly, he officially confirmed his future self is involved in some shenanigans that involved messing with time. He only had speculation before today, but now had proof for his theory. It's good I have such a bright future. However, the future is ever-changing, and messing with time is a pain that could lead to catastrophic results. Wang Wei could guess the trouble his future self would bring him. Out of nowhere, some powerful enemy from the future could pop up and kill his weak self. I'm sure my future self put in place the necessary precautions, but if something goes wrong, I will be screwed. Wang Wei had a headache because things were no longer out of his control. He was involved in an intricate chess game, but the current him was not the chess player playing. In other words, his objective is to grow and become that chess player. Then, there is the issue of the change timeline, he continued. Switching an entire timeline is not something even Mithriel and Supreme Unity can do unless they isolate the entire Eternal Ascension world and not let it affect the rest of the Chaos universe. Wang Wei's brow furrowed deeply as he contemplated the implications behind this discovery. Who switched the timeline? Was it me or someone else? How strong is the future me, half-step transcendence or a true transcendent? Wang Wei deduced the possibility that the half-step transcendence realm might be more vast than expected, with many levels or stages. If that's true, the difference between each stage might be larger than a normal ant and a peak boundless paragon. Wang Wei finished his analysis and stored the information deep in his mind. Finally, he focused on the Chrono Chaos realm. Ji Wu left this timeline, fusing with another version of himself in another timeline, leaving this place without any owner. Although there is no longer any chaotic time energy, this place might be useful, muttered Wang Wei as he thought of something. Heskin the area with his divine sense. It has been baptized by chaotic time energy, making it the perfect base for the Void battlefield. Wang Wei had already sent news to Sword One in the Commerce Hub to look out for certain treasures needed to create the unique Void battlefield. But now he had a better idea. The Void battlefield must be able to withstand my fight with Old Man Nether, so the best way I can think to create it is to nourish it with the power of nothingness. If he could create a place filled with nothingness, no matter how much Empyrean power he used in the upcoming battle, the Void battlefield would not crumble. Wang Wei no longer hesitated as he condensed a large quantity of nothingness, fusing it with the Chrono Chaos realm. As expected, after being nourished by so much time and energy, the power of nothingness cannot immediately destroy it. On the contrary, it makes it easier to fuse. Since he did not have to worry about death or the collapse of his body, Wang Wei could condense as much power of nothingness as he wished using his void stage fleshly body as the medium. As such, he refined this realm into a pocket dimension full of nothingness power in a very short period. Excellent, commented Wang Wei as he stood up. He punched the air using all his strength. However, he soon frowned as he saw the few cracks scattered on the side. It's not completed yet, he uttered. I need to continue nourishing it while also finding something to serve as the core. Only then would it be ready. His strength has not crossed that boundary, but he can still leave cracks in this place. It's not ready yet. After nourishing it for a while, I can take it for a test. Wang Wei waved his hand to create a clone, leaving it here to continue refining the Chrono Chaos realm. He exited this place and headed home. Of course, the Chrono Chaos realm disappeared from the world, making people know the Heavenly Emperor had conquered another forbidden land. Wang Wei returned home and summoned Gao Qinquan. He opened the Watcher Pavilion in the sect, appointing the former leader of the Watcher sect as the Pavilion Master. From now on, the Dao Opening sect has another lineage. Each generation, the Watcher Pavilion will choose someone to inherit the position, keeping a record of the world's history. This new lineage has no power in the sect, and the chosen heirs will not participate in the Heavenly battle. However, it's still an important lineage to the sect due to the luck and destiny it provides. After settling everything, Wang Wei checked on the dream world. After realizing everything was proceeding smoothly, he went for his next target, the Dao Burial Ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 971 Marvelous Inheritance. Wang Wei took a step and appeared in another world community. With a single thought, he scanned the entire community before frowning. These people really know how to hide. With his current strength, he could not discover the whereabouts of the Dao Burial Ground, even though he knew they were in this position. So, he no longer hesitated and activated the mark his wife left on their hideouts, immediately discovering a special dimension. Is this a chaos treasure? Thought Wang Wei as he saw the whereabouts of the Dao Burial Ground. It seems to be a peak chaos treasure, almost reaching the level of supreme innate treasure. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he realized another benefit of dealing with this forbidden land. He took one step and entered this place. As he looked around, the first idea that popped into his head was that this place resembled his sect's sealing area. The second thought is this place has too much resentment and grievances. How many lives have these guys killed? And for what purpose? He always wondered about this forbidden land's purpose of slaughtering countless lives. It made no sense for them to do it for cultivation. Although great emperors do not care about the karma of slaughtering mortals, the resentments and obsessions left in flesh and blood are a terrible tonic for cultivation. No matter how many lives they kill, their cultivation will slowly increase. The best option would be to kill immortal tier powerhouses instead of these weak mortals. Do they have a special source technique that uses flesh and blood or negative karma? Wang Wei shook his head. He would soon find the answer, so there was no point in pondering their motives. He looked at the countless coffins sleeping in this place. With so many immortal venerables, Dao ancestors, and great emperors, this place could have conquered the entire myriad emperor world with relative ease. Wang Wei was slightly surprised by the power of this place. According to the historical record, the Dao Burial Ground is responsible for the Red Wave, a cruel event where a few great emperors come out from their hiding places and slaughter countless living beings. The people who appeared each time hid their identity, but their strength was consistent. They do not attack any emperor lineage, and would even refuse to fight any lineage that attacks them. They only kill and gather flesh, blood, soul, and negative emotions. If any factions tried to stop them, they would ignore any confrontation or temporarily seal their attacker before continuing their business. Because of this cautious attitude, no one knew how powerful this place was. Wang Wei looked at these coffins and no longer wasted time. He read their fate line to know why these people behaved in such a manner. So, that's how it is, thought Wang Wei. All these people are criminals or outlaws from the upper dimension. They are people who were hunted down by certain forces in the upper dimension for a crime or because they offended someone. Then, the leader of this place, the Heretic Emperor, came to see him and offered them a place to hide beside the lawless zone, the lower dimension. He even promised to help them gather world source occasionally to help them cultivate. These people agreed, and with some unknown means, the Heretic Emperor brought everyone to the lower dimension. Once in a while, they would release a red wave, drastically weakening the world and heavenly Tao, allowing them to siphon world source from the entire myriad Emperor world. Things are getting interesting, thought Wang Wei as he looked at the other space of this place. He then focused on these people, almost drooling. Both the Tao ancestors and great emperors are materials to refine Emperor soul pills and the Grand Tao enlightening pill. Meanwhile, he can also refine the immortal venerables into immortal chi pill to increase cultivation or turn them into puppets for the sect. Furthermore, he saw two great emperors who had entered the infant fiend god realm. Wang Wei can refine their flesh into a great power pill to help temper his body. Lastly, he might get some interesting techniques or knowledge from these people's souls, not to mention their artifacts and other accompanying resources. What a great loot, thought Wang Wei, who waved his hand, immediately sealing these people's powers, rendering all of them helpless. Furthermore, he did not dismiss the people in the other dimension. Sometimes, it's truly boring to be too powerful, thought Wang Wei as he disappeared from this place. Who are you? Said the Heretic Emperor, his body unable to stop trembling. Huh, you actually found me, said Wang Wei. Your perception is truly unique. Wang Wei, said the Heretic Emperor, his green hair turning darker along with a twisted expression. First child, what's going on? Said an old man before seeing Wang Wei's presence. His expression turned the same as his boss, and his other brothers followed a similar script to his. How did you find this place? Asked the Heretic Emperor. My beautiful and lovely wife left a tracking mark on this place, so I can get rid of all you little rats, said Wang Wei as he looked around. I did not expect to have 4 of you. Well, I guess it doesn't matter how many of you are there. Wang Wei looked at them before frowning. Something is wrong with you people. The Heretic Emperor wanted to attack immediately. However, his sense of danger was going into overdrive. Every single atom of his body was telling him to run away. His very existence warned him of a terrifying danger. A sparkle flashed in Wang Wei's eyes. You are actually the same person. So that's how it is. The flesh, blood, and negative emotion were not to weaken the world and gather world source. No, it's a strange technique that allows you to assimilate someone else's existence. Wang Wei could not hide the shock on his face. Flesh, blood, soul, memories, and emotions are the simplest manifestation of someone's existence. So it's the perfect medium for this technique. What genius created such a technique? Is it you? He looked at the Heretic Emperor. No, based on your response, it's not you. The Heretic Emperor clutched his hand tightly, almost destroying his own hand, but Wang Wei ignored him. He looked at the other people, 4 different eternal emperors, and each looked like you. The chances of that happening are too low, so their appearance is the result of the assimilation. Each of them looked like you at a different stage of your life. Childhood, middle age, and old age, and you represented the youthful stage. However, based on that child's unstable aura, this technique should be flawed. Even though you used eternal emperors as the medium without sufficient flesh and blood, his cultivation will actually decrease. With a simple analysis, Wang Wei felt his understanding of existence reached a different level. So, he ignored the tension in the room and continued his observation. So, what's the purpose of using this technique? Countless thoughts flashed in Wang Wei's mind. Is it to make your existence more potent and make it more difficult to kill you? A path to true eternity? No, those are side effects, but not your real motive. If I had to guess, you're preparing to become an everlasting Empyrean. The Heretic Emperor tried everything to calm down, but his pupils could not help but dilate after hearing these words. He quickly controlled himself, but Wang Wei caught that small change. So I was right. You were not confident in comprehending true self, so you used this method to deepen your understanding and prepare for the future. Moreover, if you succeed, you will not be a regular, everlasting Empyrean, but one of the very best. Furthermore, maybe you can also use it to become a boundless paragon. Ambitious, I see. He smiled brilliantly, but to the others, he looked like he was scorning them. However, I still have my doubts. Is such a technique only useful for such a simple thing? My intuition is telling me this marvelous inheritance is wasted on you. The Heretic Emperor exhaled deeply, calming himself down. He knew he was facing the greatest crisis of his life since then. As such, he needed to tread very cautiously to ensure he survived this ordeal. No matter what, as long as he is alive, he has the opportunity to make a comeback. Wang Wei, there's no animosity between us, so there should be no need to fight and kill each other, said the Heretic Emperor. True, but I can't stand everything you've done, so you're going to die today. Don't be hypocritical. How many lives have your hands been stained with? Many, but not nearly as much as you. You're a true devil, said the Heretic Emperor. Since when do people like you care about morality? People often think this about me, said Wang Wei, shaking his head. I have a moral bottom line, no matter how low it is. I just don't want any moral restraints on my mind and actions. Wang Wei saw the sneer on these four's faces and shrugged. I know you're secretly calling me a hypocrite, and I won't deny it. Luckily, I don't care what you think of me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 972, The Heretic Emperor's Past. Is there really no room for negotiations? Asked the Heretic Emperor. Unfortunately, no, replied Wang Wei, his voice terribly calm. Even if you don't take into account the issue of morality, killing you is way more beneficial to me. Not necessarily, said the Heretic Emperor. I'm willing to hand over my inheritance to you. After I kill you, it will belong to me. Not if I destroyed it beforehand. Try to see if you can do so in front of me, said Wang Wei calmly. And these four eternal emperors immediately felt terrified. They realize in front of this nightmare-like power, their resistance is futile. The Heretic Emperor quickly calmed down. He once lived in the upper dimension and experienced the strength of paragons. Although it was a great distance away, it was still an experience he will never forget. Furthermore, the battle back then was even his mind worked faster than ever in his life. How about we work for you? Oh, you want to surrender to me? Yes, and I'm even willing to let you enslave my soul as long as you promise it's only for a certain period. He did not mind sacrificing his freedom for a few hundred yuan epochs. Anyway, he was immortal and had all the time in the world. An interesting proposition, muttered Wang Wei. One of his plans is to create the Hell Court, an organization that directly opposes the heavenly court he created. As for the reason he's doing something that seems so counterintuitive, it's to preserve the longevity of his heavenly emperor era. The universe uses the word balance to describe how it functions. Everything that rises must fall, and great luck and prosperity will eventually become misfortune and decline. Knowing this, Wang Wei decided to take things into his own hands. He will reverse the luck of the Heavenly Emperor era and condense the power of misfortune that will eventually lead to its destruction. This condensed power will be blessed to the Hell Court, making their mission to destroy the court and the era. However, every leader of the Hell Court will be chosen by him, and their true mission will be to delay the destruction of the court. Of course, only the leader and maybe some heavenly emperors will know this secret. The fate of the Hell Court will be its destruction after failing its mission to destroy the Heavenly Court and the Heavenly Emperor era, but can prolong his era by countless generations. This person is a perfect match for the first generation's Hell Emperor, thought Wang Wei, pausing for a few seconds. Your offer tempts me, but I refuse. Why? Asked the Heretic Emperor with gritted teeth. This is a great deal with plenty of benefits. He did not understand why the latter objected. He was an eternal emperor willing to bow his head and suffer humiliation, so why not accept such a great deal? The answer to your question is very simple, because I want to, said Wang Wei. The logical thing to do would be to accept your offer, but I want to kill you. I'm disgusted by your actions or the fact you have no pride as an eternal, and I want the first eternal emperor I killed to be as unique as you, so I refuse your offer. The heretic and the other three looked at him with red eyes. Sadly, Wang Wei did not care about them. If you want a better reason, I can give you one, he continued with a smile that made his face very punchable. I have a feeling that you are more trouble than you're worth it. If I don't kill you, some unknown and unexpected variables will appear in my plans. Such intuition is probably because of your inheritance. Are you satisfied with that explanation? The Heretic Emperor could not control his expressions. How could someone like him easily surrender? He already had a plan, and it involved his inheritance. When he was young, people often said he acted out of sorts, not in line with those around him. As such, he was often called Heretic when he was a young cultivator. So, after proving the Tao, he took the name, honoring his title. He did not act like most emperors and cultivated a higher realm. Instead, he immediately entered primordial chaos, ignoring the risk. While in another chaos world, a terrifying battle occurred over an inheritance. In that battle, thousands of great emperors died, and the Heretic Emperor only survived because he hid in his supreme chaos treasure. He took the inheritance and ran away before the Empyreans and Paragons arrived. He secretly returned to the Eternal Ascension world. Unfortunately, his luck seemed to have reached negative after acquiring that inheritance. On the way home, he encountered a fiend god that almost destroyed his artifact. Although he ran away, the treasure was reduced to a regular chaos. Luckily, he had enough resources from his treasure. Not long after returning to the Eternal Ascension world, he encountered a terrible event and died 3 times consecutively. Luckily, he had enough resources from his previous travels to revive himself and his status as an eternal emperor. After these deaths, he became extra cautious in everything he did. He hid himself to comprehend the inheritance before hatching a plan to hide in the lower dimension and using the help of many fugitives and outlaws to help him. According to his plan, he would find a way to release news about this inheritance. Such a thing that probably even Paragons would fight for could lure many powerhouses to visit the lower dimension. Afterward, he can find many ways to escape Wang Wei's clutches. Before I kill you, I have a few questions, said Wang Wei calmly. How did you sneak all these fugitives to the lower dimension? Heretic did not answer, but Wang Wei got his answer. The power of fate flashed in his eyes, and he had his answer. The DOA burial ground used to be a supreme chaos treasure on par with a Paragon artifact. Furthermore, it was a unique one with only one purpose: hide. Although it was heavily damaged, the Heretic Emperor could still use it to enter the lower dimension with all these people. Lastly, since the artifact was now only a chaos treasure, these people were only great emperors. True heavenly Tao did not care about them in the lower dimension. Interesting. Could Old Man Nether have used a similar method? Wang Wei has been interested in how the latter came to the lower dimension as an Empyrean and stayed for so long without much repercussion. Forget about it for now. The Tao burial ground used to be a supreme chaos treasure. If I can repair it, it will greatly help my fight against the parasites. Wang Wei smiled. This place was worthy as one of the most dangerous forbidden land of the Myriad Emperor world. After dealing with it, the benefits are simply endless. Second question, are you from the Myriad Emperor world? If so, from what era? No physical answer, but Wang Wei got the information he wanted. The Heretic Emperor was born in the upper dimension. Despite the inherent danger, he chose this place as his hiding spot because it was the center of luck and destiny of the lower dimension. He believed he had a higher chance of cultivating the inheritance in such a place and maybe even countering the curse of misfortune he suffered from after obtaining it. As such, despite his nature and the danger, he still chose to stay here instead of any other heavenward world or world community. Third question, who created your inheritance? No answer, and this time, Wang Wei could not divine anything. However, he was not surprised by this fact. He had already noticed he could not divine information about Heretic, hence why he needed to ask specific questions. So, he guessed that whatever item containing the inheritance had the natural ability to protect information, including divination. Now, I'm even more interested, thought Wang Wei. Last question. Any last word? Heretic looked at that smug look with profound hatred. Let's do it, he said. Ready, said the second child, ready to die for his main self. The room was suddenly divided into 4 colors: red, blue, yellow, and white. Tao of fire, water, earth, and wind, and calmness, but because the fourth child's power was still unstable, thus drastically commented Wang Wei calmly. No, this is not an elemental-based Tao, but the Tao of the 4 poles. His eyes lit up. I wonder if that's your original Tao, or is this another side effect of this technique? While assimilating the existence of others, yours is also being fundamentally changed. Wang Wei did not know the answer, but he was excited to find out. Meanwhile, the Heretic Emperor could not hide his worry, not only because of his opponent's strength and calmness, but because the fourth child's power was still unstable, thus drastically weakening their 4 poles array. Furthermore, he had lost contact with the other sleeping individuals, meaning he could not sacrifice any of them to help with the current situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 973, The First Kill, 4 Poles World Destruction. 4 poles hold heaven and earth, each in the 4 cardinal positions of east, west, north, and south. These cardinals also symbolize the 4 seasons: winter, spring, summer, and autumn. Combining the elements of wind, earth, water, and fire, the Heretic Emperor could create a world and destroy it, generating unimaginable destruction. However, his facial expressions soon changed because nothing happened. No matter how much he mobilized his Grand Tao source, his attack never manifested. What is the probability that an eternal emperor's own power would fail? Asked Wang Wei, his voice extremely calm to the point of boredom. The answer cannot be 0 since there is no absolute in this world. So 1 out of septillion, or maybe even lower. Sadly, as someone who can control luck, I can turn that statistical anomaly into a possibility. The Heretic Emperor felt despair overwhelm his mind. However, he was still a man of high willpower, so he did not give up, no matter how slim the chance of victory was. Samsara of season, he mobilized the power of his other selves and attacked again, using the season's rotation to control time and the power of life and death. Sadly, his attempt was futile. Then, he watched as his body was rapidly disintegrating inch by inch, particle by particle. He mobilized the power of his soul, trying to abandon his body, and survived in the shape of his primordial spirit. Alas, he soon discovered that his soul was also dissipating. A ruthless light flashed in Heretic's eyes. He controlled the first, second, and third child, preparing to blow them up and buy himself enough time. Don't you understand resistance is futile? Said Wang Wei with a sigh. His voice contained a sense of desolation. Invincibility is truly lonely, he said, not minding how much of a scoundrel he sounded like. I need a real battle soon, a battle that pushes me to my limit. Hopefully, I can meet the requirement to fight Old Man Nether soon. After seeing his plan fail, the Heretic Emperor still did not give up. He detected the boredom in Wang Wei's eyes, making his anger reach a new height. However, he knew this was not the time to let emotions get to him. This is my last hope, he thought, preparing for the right opportunity that would give him a chance to escape this situation. I would never allow you to blow up this supreme chaos treasure. That's my reward, said Wang Wei with a playful smile. The Heretic Emperor then remembered the latter's Tao time and fate. Finally, the Heretic Emperor accepted his fate. He looked directly into Wang Wei's eyes, not moving an inch. He was engraving this man's face into his very existence, vowing to kill him no matter what price he had to pay. Huh, what a strong obsession, said Wang Wei as he looked at these four, who only had their upper torso intact. With such strong obsession and resentment, it's not impossible for you to create a miracle and survive my annihilation. Well, we can't have that, can we? Wang Wei clapped his hand together before activating the Buddha veins he created after the exchange with Feng Hong. Holy light emanated from his body, followed by chanting of a Buddhist mantra. You, said the Heretic Emperor, sensing that the holy light was rapidly reducing his obsession and resentment. A few minutes later, this eternal emperor, who had experienced the ups and downs of the world, brought terror to the myriad emperor world for numerous eras, and had been planning for countless Yuan epochs, finally died. Well, his physical aspect died. Wang Wei waved his hand to summon a river of chains, the Grand Tao source. His eyes saw a karma thread that led him to a particular chain with an imprint on it. Does he only have one Tao imprint? Wang Wei thought he would have 4 after the assimilation, but he only had 4. Few explanations possible. The technique is limited. The Heretic Emperor did not completely cultivate it, or Tao imprints fall under Grand Tao's jurisdiction, and no one can have more than one. Many ideas appeared in Wang Wei's mind as he followed this train of thought. One day, I should try to see if I can have more than one Tao imprint or create my own version. He felt he had wasted too much time already, so he mobilized his Tao will and removed the Heretic Emperor's Tao imprint. The thing struggled against his attempt, but it was futile. The last steps, said Wang Wei. His eyes saw all the karmic lights connected to the Heretic Emperor. He swung his hand, cutting all of them. In an instant, almost everyone who knew the Heretic Emperor had their memories wiped out. It did not matter whether they were in the lower dimension, upper dimension, or other chaos worlds. He also discovered he had to erase the karma connected to the 3 other eternal emperors that the Heretic Emperor assimilated. I'm looking forward even more to that inheritance. He focused on the task at hand since it was not 100% fulfilled. Wang Wei discovered he could not eliminate all the Heretic Emperor's karmic threads. Many of them belonged to individuals way more powerful than him, so he needed to be careful and sneaky. Otherwise, these people might notice a missing memory. Luckily, the Heretic Emperor did not have an Empyrean or Paragon friend or family member, meaning the karmic connections between these people were very thin, almost non-existent. These karmic threads belonged to Empyreans and Paragons, who might have heard the other 3 and the Heretic Emperor's name or seen his face by chance, but had no deep connection or interaction with him. So, after Wang Wei took his time to cut off these threads, he successfully erased the Heretic Emperor's face and identity from the world. However, the latter is still not completely dead because of his influence. The Heretic Emperor's existence is connected to his history or achievements. As long as people remember the name of the Tao burial ground or the Red Wave or record what he has done in history, he will still be alive. The final step, muttered Wang Wei as he activated his time Tao. He condensed everything the Heretic Emperor and the other 3 eternal emperors had ever done and accomplished in his life into a small history line before crushing it. In an instant, every book or jade slip in the myriad emperor world that recorded any knowledge or information about the Tao burial ground or the Red Wave disappeared. It was also the same for any records of the Heretic Emperor's accomplishments in the upper dimension or other chaos worlds. Finally dead. Eternal emperors are truly difficult to kill, said Wang Wei as he exhaled deeply. Well, Is he really dead, since I technically still remember him? Wang Wei frowned before divining the answer, and he learned it was impossible. The Heretic Emperor was too far gone, so according to the rules of heaven and earth, he could not be revived. I need a technique that accomplishes all these things in one step. It was too time-consuming to kill an eternal emperor, let alone future, everlasting Empyreans and boundless paragons. He did not know what made these people harder to kill, but he knew it would not be simple. I can change his fate so that he was never born or existed, or I can use destruction Dao to achieve ultimate destruction. Some Daos are more advantageous than others when it comes to killing eternal emperors, and the Supreme Outlaw Daos are the best because of this overwhelming advantage. Wang Wei exhaled deeply after making an initial plan for the technique. He analyzed this experience to see if he learned or missed something crucial. Although it looked easy to kill the Heretic Emperor, the latter's influence on the world was not as deep as it sounded. The latter had few achievements or noteworthy acts that drastically influenced history and attached to his existence. Wang Wei knew if he was killing someone like the absolute beginning emperor, whose experience had affected the entire lower dimension, it would not be so easy to erase him from the annals of history. Wang Wei has long known it was in the best interest of Eternals to influence and change the world as much as possible, as it guarantees their survival. This is one of the many reasons he cares so much about the Heavenly Emperor era. The more prosperous it is, the more influence he will have, and the more difficult it will be to kill him. Let's go see this inheritance. He was excited because he saw the opportunity to fuse his existence with the word Heavenly Emperor. If he can succeed, he will become even more difficult to kill, since his enemy will have to eradicate the very concept of the Heavenly Emperor from the lower dimension. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 974 Mad Scientist Eternal Ascension World, Dream World. Su Shur was talking to Xian, feeling like she had a new revelation about herself with each passing moment. Then, she suddenly paused as she felt something. Without hesitation, she paused their session and returned to the real world. "What's this feeling?" she muttered, scanning the entire world without any success. She frowned before summoning her time Dao, looking through the past and present, but the result was the same. For a moment, she thought she was overthinking things, but she quickly dismissed that idea. She sensed that many people were scanning the world, indicating they also sensed something. So, she summoned the sect's ancestors to see if they knew something. Western Bliss Sect. Feng Heng opened his eyes as he sensed something. This sensation, I've felt it before. He searched for his memories and found something. An Eternal has fallen? In his life, he had a similar feeling twice, and each time, his memory had problems, and his intuition warned him he was missing something. I can remember Donor Su Shur and the Heavenly Emperor, so it should not be them. Could there be another Eternals in the world? Yes, the Forbidden Lands. Of the 5 of them, there should be one with an Eternal. Feng Heng analyzed the situation. The Heavenly Emperor had already dealt with the Blood Earth and Chrono Chaos Realm, and the Western Pure Bliss Land is the holy place of his sect, leaving only the Swallowing Zone and the Nether Hell. Feng Heng used his divine sense to check these 2 places before frowning. He did not dare get close to the Nether Hell after the Heavenly Emperor sealed it, leaving only the Swallowing Zone. The problem must originate from one of these 2 places, and my bet is on the Swallowing Zone. Feng Heng hesitated whether to check things out, but decided otherwise. Whatever secrets lie in those places, whether good or bad, no longer had anything to do with him. The Heavenly Emperor wishes to use these forbidden lands to establish his prestige, so no matter dares intervene. Feng Heng then sent a piece of information to his sect before continuing his seclusion. Meanwhile, the world experienced a mild shock as the news of a fallen Eternal spread. Although only a few people noticed the anomaly, after figuring out what had happened, the news was not hidden. Sea Race. Ao Shun felt the world's subtle change. He tried to calculate or divine the answer, but could not find anything. He contacted the demon race to get any information, but their inheritance was long broken, so he had nothing to go on with. Finally, he had to rely on his bloodline inherited memories to find the answer. He could not rest easily without knowing the anomaly he sensed. An Eternal is dead? His face contorted. Such an event made him think about his mortality. Such a being known for its difficulty of being killed is dead, let alone someone like him who will shed this mortal coil after losing his body and soul. I must hurry, he thought before leaving the room he was in. Ancient clan. Huofeng Wang had the same reaction as Ao Shun. With their clan's long heritage, they have dealt with too many deaths of eternal emperors. As such, Huofeng Wang did not care about this aspect of this event, focusing on what it represented to her. So, the only thing on her mind was how to become an eternal emperor. The world was evolving faster than she could understand, and her current strength and survival abilities were not up to her standards. Dao Burial Ground. Wang Wei reached the center of this artifact, observing the surroundings. His eyes saw a chain composed of very tiny runes, but the chain seemed to have many missing parts. Is this heaven law? And it should be of the highest level. Supreme Innate and Chaos treasures fall under the category of Primarchs and Heaven Law, and the one before him should have been on par with Heavenly Primarchs, which are on par with Paragons. Wang Wei looked at the law chain and realized this thing was what he expected, focus entirely on hiding. If a Primarch that cultivated hiding Dao got their hands on this thing, cultivating the Heavenly Primarch realm would have been the easiest thing in the world. After my ascension, I have no doubt the parasites will hunt me down. My original plan was to rely on Gu Xian's Deception Dao, but this could be better. Wang Wei's first order of business after ascending will be to hide from the parasites. As for Supreme Unity, he has no choice but to rely on Mithreya. If Supreme Unity was an ordinary half-step transcendence, he might be able to devise something using Deception Dao to hide from him. However, the latter is fused with true heavenly Dao, so deception is useless to him. Deceiving true heavenly Dao is similar to deceiving grand Dao, relying more on the world's rules and allowing the deception to happen. Unfortunately, Supreme Unity does not need to follow the rules. There is already a vast difference between Paragons and half-step transcendence, but now, Supreme Unity has control over Heaven Dao, so it's useless to try to deceive him unless Wang Wei's strength is relative to him. Wang Wei looked at the broken laws, planning for the future. I should be able to restore it to the level of a supreme innate treasure after I become an Empyrean in the lower dimension. As for returning to its peak state, using merit to fix it should be no issue. The question is whether spending so much merit is worth it. He did not have an answer for now, so he left it for later. Wang Wei separated a small portion of his divine sense to refine this weapon, leaving his brand and becoming its true owner. His eyes then shifted to a jade slip protected by thousands of formations. This Heretic Emperor is truly cautious to the point of paranoia. He secretly shook his head before removing the formations. Holding the thing in his hand, he immediately felt it was unique, unknown and indestructible material, at least with my current strength. A natural ability to protect information and an unknown power I cannot recognize but makes me feel palpitations, commented Wang Wei before closing his eyes and receiving this inheritance. He sat cross-legged on the ground, lost in this vast knowledge. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei opened his eyes in shock. Who is this Chu Yun? Why does he feel like a mad scientist? The slip did not contain an inheritance per se. It's more like Chu Yun's years of experiment on existence. One of the results of this experiment was the method the Heretic Emperor used to assimilate other people's existence to elevate his own. However, this method is only a small portion of all the experiments. I was right. This inheritance is wasted on him. If I guess correctly, Chu Yun studied existence to achieve transcendence. Wang Wei's eyes lit up. He did not know whether the latter succeeded, but his intuition told him he might have, or at the very least, come very close. So, existence sublimation is another path of transcendence? No, after achieving half-step transcendence, these people's existence should also have sublimated or changed even if their method did not directly use existence. Now, a more interesting topic would be whether there is a difference between half-step transcendence, who were once boundless paragons, and regular paragons. The motif of this chaos universe is that those who comprehend and control their existence at Tier 10 are more powerful than others, so it should be the same when they reach Tier 12. 5. Or half-step transcendence. I have too little information to speculate on such a thing, concluded Wang Wei before looking at the jade slip with hesitation. Chuyan did not leave his experiment for nothing. Anyone who wishes to receive the deeper knowledge contained in it must accept his karma. In return, he asked for more ideas, information, or knowledge about the path of transcendence. Wang Wei realized that, even with his karma-unbound physique, he could not block the karma of this slip, so he would have to pay it later. Under his analysis, he could already tell Chu Yun was not an ordinary person. Existence can be considered a small taboo in the chaos universe, and each sentient being will have only 3 opportunities to comprehend it. But Chu Yun successfully experimented on existence, and even found ways to leave his knowledge behind without Grand Tao erasing it. This man should have a Tao overlord-level intelligence, and it's the pinnacle kind, thought Wang Wei. He did not know the latter's personality and whether there would be trouble with owing him karma. However, based on Chu Yun's experiments, Wang Wei could imagine how many people suffered to get these results. He took a moment to make a character model for Chu Yun. A ruthless man whose intelligence made him cold and indifferent, isolated from his peers because they could not keep up with him. So he focused all his effort on discovering the mysteries of the world, including pursuing transcendence. He will do everything to achieve his goal, and his proud intelligence might be his biggest weakness. If he can keep up with him and his wild ideas and thoughts, getting along with him is fine. If not, he will treat you as if you were disposable. After coming to this conclusion based on the limited data, Wang Wei decided to take the risk and accepted the karma. Anyway, he did not think he would lose to Chu Yun, and he had already had a way of transcendence from the human emperor. Maybe this idea was enough to pay his karma. He exhaled deeply before putting the slip into his sea of consciousness. He did not completely trust this thing and sealed it with his soul. In an emergency, he's prepared to unseal himself, release all his soul's hidden powers, and deal with the situation. As for the consequences of such actions, he will deal with them later. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 975 asking for help. It took Wang Wei a moment to finish refining the Tao burial ground, even longer than receiving the information from a slip. Once he was done, he focused on the sealed powerhouses. He took his time to search their souls and memories, trying to find some information. Alas, the final result was unsatisfactory. These people lived in the upper dimension before the era of the 8 parasites. The majority of them originated from the upper dimension, and only a few were born in the upper dimension. However, they had one thing in common. 99% of them were loose cultivators. Without a faction to back them down, they became outlaws or criminals to acquire more resources. The normal ones offended powerful factions. They could only become street rats and run away without protection. From their memories, Wang Wei learned countless different cultivation systems. Since time immemorial, the upper dimension had the myriad temple of records that recorded all cultivation systems in the eternal ascension world. With a small price, anyone can enter the temple and find a cultivation system that is best suited for them. A few of these people entered the temple and learned a few cultivation systems. These techniques did broaden Wang Wei's understanding of cultivation in general, especially the fundamental concept of essence, spirit, and qi. However, he only found 2 interesting techniques from the list. The first one is the Will Tao system, which only cultivated willpower. The system uses willpower to fight, control energy and laws, and even temper the body. Wang Wei found it very useful for his willpower manifestation. The second interesting technique was the metamorphosis art, an interesting body refining technique. The core idea of this art is that the human race's body is innately weak, so let's make up for it from other races. For example, dragons are known for the defensive capabilities of their skin. With this technique, a human would take the dragon's skin and exchange it for the human's. Giants are known for their steel-like muscles, so let's take them and exchange their muscle for the weak human muscles. Human internal organs are fragile and do not provide any divine abilities, so let's exchange them with other creatures. The final state of this technique is for humans to have dragon skin, giant muscles, phoenix heart, golden beast bones, etc. This technique reminded me of chimeras from Earth. Luckily, the creator left the human soul intact. Otherwise, I would wonder whether anyone who cultivates this thing is still human. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. In his current state, there was no creature he would want to take any body part unless it were a unique race with a unique organ. Otherwise, he would follow the path of fusion instead of exchanging his human parts. Wang Wei took a moment to review all the information he received. Most of it was useless since so much time had passed since these people left the upper dimension. However, he did learn some basic knowledge about that vast and ancient world. When he ascends, he won't be completely clueless. Now, I don't have any regret for what I am about to do to these people. How could they be so poor? Complained Wang Wei. After so long, they have already used all the resources they've brought from the upper dimension. So, Wang Wei did not find anything from their space ring or personal dimensional space. Luckily, he still received countless Emperor, Dao, and immortal artifacts, most of which he can use as materials to create even better weapons. Wang Wei waved his hand to gather and condense all the baleful aura from this place into a slaughter crystal for Li Jun afterward. He no longer hesitated and returned home. A little over 3 months had passed since he left, so he checked on the world, especially the dream world. He immediately noticed the competition in the battle tower was intense, especially for the Heaven Chosen. I need to begin my trafficking plan. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if these Heaven Chosen stayed in the lower dimension to gather luck and destiny from the battle tower. Sending these Heaven Chosen to the upper dimension is a way for Wang Wei to provide talented individuals to the revolution against the parasites. These guys will also be the vanguard before he ascends, so he cannot let them stay in the lower dimension to prove the Tao. Let's put on the agenda, thought Wang Wei, preparing to take action immediately. However, he soon sensed something. Things are about to change? In that case, let's wait a while. Wang Wei returned to the sect while sending a projection to see his mother. A few days later, Su Shi appeared in the sky. Her angelic voice echoed in the minds of all sentient beings well, at least the ones not in the dream world. Heaven and earth above, the world is weak and needs nourishment. I offer this primordial chaos chi to bless my home and all sentient beings. An enormous eye appeared in the sky, looking at everything with indifference. Something flew from Su Shi's hands and entered the eye. Bang! The world shook, and in an instant, all 5 continents and seas grew by more than 50% of their original size. The process of transforming innate chi instantly reached 100%, but this was not the fundamental change of this event. The Eye of Heavenly Daos aura suddenly released a terrifying aura that covered the entire world. The truly scary thing was that the aura was no longer on par with a second-class Emperor with 14% Grand Dao source, but it rose to first class of 15%. The process did not stop until it reached first class of 17%. Many people's faces changed after noticing this animal, especially the insurgents with first class. Previously, they could walk sideways in the world, ignoring Heavenly Daos' greatest weapon divine punishment thunder. But now, the power of that punishment is on par with the best of first class. This change did not only affect them, but also all the factions. The Heavenly Emperor era had just started, but these people had been planning for the next generations. They knew the minimum requirement for an emperor was first class, but Heavenly Tao suddenly became so powerful out of nowhere. In the future, if a Heavenly Emperor does not have the strength of 18% Grand Tao source, their power in the court will be severely limited by Grand Tao, let alone other factions. The worst part is this situation might be aggravated if the Heavenly Emperor decides to raise the requirement for the position to be at least 18%. Su Shi held the purple merit in her hands while also sensing how many people were cursing her. She knew her actions offended many people and might have certain detrimental effects on the Academy. However, the benefits outweigh the gains. With her actions, the Academy will have another protection from Heavenly Tao besides the luck for the creation of the Academy. With these two protections, they won't have to worry about being destroyed in future catastrophes. Su Shi looked in the direction of the Tao opening sect and sent a message. "Thank you. I owe you one." At the last minute, it was Wang Wei who acted and sealed Heavenly Tao, preventing its power from being on par with eternal emperors, if not higher. Su Shi had the same idea, but she was the one who initiated this change, and it would affect her merit if she were the one to do it. Meanwhile, Feng Heng did not want Buddhism to owe such large karma, as preventing Heavenly Tao from evolving and becoming more powerful. Ao Shun felt the same way about the demon race, and Huafeng Huang wanted to watch things from the side and see the outcome. Su Shi did not waste any more time and continued her actions. Most of the merit in her hands disappeared, and the world once again changed. An enormous multicolored dragon appeared above the sky, swimming around the world to nourish it. Once it finished its tour, it descended on the Emperor and Lightning Academy, fusing with their faction's Qi Luck Dragon. Today I, the Time Void Empress, have officially become the 9th Emperor of the Academy. I will preach to all sentient beings. She sat on a throne, surrounded by visions of heaven and earth. Without hesitation, Su Shi preached to the world, her voice echoing throughout the world. Wang Wei forcefully disconnected everyone in the dream world after a server-wide announcement so everyone could benefit from this major event. He looked into the sky, feeling that the balance mechanism had been affected, lowering its restrictions on the Tao opening sect after Su Shi's actions. He smiled before closing his eyes and listening. However, he had to stop for a few days during the preaching as the second event he had predicted had occurred. Tong Ruobing and Mu Lei had asked for help. It took longer than I anticipated, he thought before taking a drop of blood from his body to condense a clone. He waved his hand to send it to the Beast Star world before continuing to listen to her sermon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.